Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top Gothic horror campaign. As always, I am Dragnacarta, your host and DM, and thank you to everyone for tuning in this week. As for the cast, thank you for being here. How are y'all feeling about getting to hang out with Barovia's favorite vampire lord today?
Woo! I'm a big fan.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, no, I love his work.
You're talking about Escher, right?
Oh yes, he came here personally.
Oh, thank God. I was afraid we were going to have to deal with that other man.
No, Asher just rode up in his convertible, hot pink, he's got his shades on, and you're going to go shopping today at the strip mall with him.
Awesome.
Oh, bless.
It's a good time.
I hope he's paying.
Will Strahd sign my audiobook?
I just want to sign an audiobook.
Digitally.
With difficulty.
Love.
That's fair.
You just say the name Strahd into the audiobook.
Now I'm just picturing someone taking around one of those old cassette tape recorder things and putting in a cassette that just has a podcast on it and then partially overwriting some of it.
Bleep all the swears with Strahd's name.
More lovely. He's very conscientious. None of that nonsense in his good Christian Barovia.
He's lawful evil after all.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if we're ready for actual questions, but do we get a short rest sometime in between falling asleep and this?
Short rests and long rests. I mean, I presume you could have taken a short rest if you've asked.
Oh, they can't just be part of long rests? Understood.
No, they are separate entities. I don't believe any of you have taken damage today, though, so I think you should be fine.
Yeah.
All right. With that in mind, I think we're all suitably prepared and fresh and, bushy-eyed and fresh-tailed, something like that?
I'm
Yeah,
bushy-eyed.
Got in one.
Perfect. All right. With that
camera's
into
fresh.
mind, thank you. Let's dive in and get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. And welcome back, everyone. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Seeking sanctuary at the Abbey of St. Markovia, the companions entered the quiet village of Krezk. Upon ascending the cliff to the abbey, however, their hopes were dashed when they met the abbot, an ancient creature devoted to the Morning Lord and yet utterly, seemingly mad, and incapable of providing shelter from Strahd. Descending the mountain once more, the companions found solace in the two small victories they had won at the abbey. First, the abbot's offer to exchange 3 resurrections in exchange for a wedding dress for his flesh golem creation. And second, their encounter with Esmeralda Davenir, a Vistana monster hunter who proved eager to join their efforts to oppose Strahd von Zarovich. Together, the travelers agreed to make their way to Vallaki the following day in search of a wedding dress, and progress soon afterward to Sarapul, where the Vistana seer, Madame Ava, they believed, could provide insight into their future endeavors. The companions successfully found lodgings with Baron Dmitry Krezkov and Baroness Anna Krezkova, agreeing to perform chores in exchange for warm beds for the night. As they completed their tasks, Irina spoke with Erthrendir about the existence of multiple lifetimes, Kiva with Ismark as he struggled with his fears for Irina's safety. Meanwhile, Metreon shared his concerns about Amity's relationship with Erthrendir, and Lillison was horrified when she found that Milk itself seemed to curdle at her touch. That evening, after Lillison and Kiva shared a quiet conversation on the shores of the sacred pool by Krezk's shrine of the White Sun, Metreon revealed his true identity to the others. Punch, a formal carnival geek tormented by cruel, elvish owners. The group then turned to rest, preparing for difficult decisions and a long journey the following day, only to be awoken in terror when a ghastly explosion of flame set the Krezkov's cottage on fire. Fleeing outdoors, the companions found that several of the graves in the Krezkov's family cemetery had been disinterred, and that Strahd himself was waiting for them outside, alongside a party of ghouls, wolves, and the animated undead remains of the Krezkov's children. Strahd greeted the PCs and challenged them, only to be interrupted when Esmeralda appeared from the shadows and shot a lightning bolt, the forms of several of Strahd's servants. Strahd commanded his creatures to attack, and so the battle begins. I will need everyone to roll initiative, please. You are already added to the encounter tracker.
Oh, boy. Ooh, there's a map. That's an 8.
That's a 4.
Love
That's
it.
a 20.
Hey.
Oh god.
And for Kiva?
Oh god.
I had to reload Foundry. My whole thing crashed, so give me
All good.
1 moment.
And looks like a 15 for Strahd. Hey, buddy.
Now I can see a map.
Beautiful. All right, so to reiterate,
16.
the group of you, excellent, thank you. You find yourself standing outside of the front of the Baron's cottage as you see Baroness Kreskova and Kiva make their way out of breath from the rear left side of the cottage. You can hear the squealing of pigs and the clucking of chickens in panic as they flee the burning structure. You can see Ismark stepping out from before the house, pushing Irina behind him and hands going to the longsword and shortsword at his belt. As before you, you see the undead, the wolves laid out before you, Strahd standing behind 2 of the young undead that stand before him. A young girl and teenaged boy, their forms rotted and shambling, jaws slightly dislocated and flesh rotted over time, as Strahd looms above them, a dark shadow in the night of terror. Lillison, as you stand in the center of the group, you can see this array of beasts and abominations before you, and in that moment you see all of their eyes rest upon you and your companions. What do you do?
Lillison is going to... Hold on, just want to check the range on this.
All good?
Yeah, Lillison is going to thrust her left hand out, the gem gleaming in the light of the flickering flames, and cast Acid Splash at the 2 ghouls right in front of Strahd.
Those are zombies, but
The 2 zombies, yes.
okay, let's see how they do. Want to pull up the spell?
There we go.
That is a 9 for the top one, a 15 for the bottom.
All right, the top one is going to take the full 4 points of damage, and the bottom one takes 2.
All right. Does Acid Splash do half damage on a save? I thought it was a cantrip.
Yes, you are correct. The bottom one will avoid all damage.
Beautiful. So 4 damage for the top and none for the bottom.
Mhm.
All right. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Okay. Very good. With that, that is the end of Lillison's turn. Amity, you are up next. You can see Esmeralda stepping back into the shadows of the cottage to the north, her face faintly illuminated by the flickering flames of the cottage behind you. What do you do?
There's too many to fight. What we do? Amity sort of whispers to Earthrimdir plus companions, and then starts running north towards Esmeralda, using a bonus action to roll on the spirit table.
Okay.
Okay. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's a good one. I might be able to get us away from here if we just run. And
Earthrimdir's not answering you. He's just staring at the arrayed ghouls frozen.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Amity goes up past this burning house part, and she's going to go ahead and... Okay, yeah, let's do it. So she says, all right, I don't have time to tell the whole thing now, but there once was a rabbit, a prince of 1,000 enemies, and it used trickery to get away from anyone who tried to follow it. And at this point, Erthrindir, you, plus a number of creatures that you can see, can all teleport up to 30 feet. Any direction, any distance.
What?
Holy shit.
Wow.
And by the way, you can choose, let's see, my cards and modifiers plus 3. So you can choose 3 other creatures you can see. So Erthrindir, you can bring plus 3.
Okay. Yeah, no, he kind of like, he hears the story and his eyes go bright, and he's going to pick Lillison, Metreon. And he saw Kiva, like, say she was going to go, like, she looks like she's getting ready to square up with Strahd, right?
100%, yeah.
Okay, in that case, he's going to take Irina instead. And,
right.
Yeah.
You can all teleport 30 feet to a space you can see. It's not much, but hopefully it helps you get away from bad guy.
Okay, as you watch, Amity opens her spellbook, and from the pages, as she reads the words of the story, I believe it's a quartet of silvery white hairs leap from the pages, bounding across the grass, and in a swirl of white clouds appears by each of your sides. Each one holds up a small, cotton-like paw, beckoning for you to take it. And yes, Twy, what was your question?
Nothing. Just the roof of the house is very on fire, right?
Exceptionally on fire. I'm glad you asked.
Oh god, don't
Exciting.
teleport there.
All right, just good to know. Right. And this happens immediately?
Yes,
Where
right
would you
now.
like to teleport? It's what, Kiva, Metron, Erthrindir, and Lillison? Is that it?
No, Irina instead of Kiva.
Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Erthrindir is going to teleport down here. He has an idea.
All right. Irina is going to teleport 1, 2. Honestly, I don't think Irina's going to go anywhere.
Whoa.
She's not
Ooh,
leaving
look
his
at her.
mark.
Okay.
Aw.
Okay. Has everyone
Well,
moved where
that's
they'd like to be?
Not yet, but Metreon
All right.
is definitely moving. Hold on.
Tactics. They're a tricky thing.
All right. As Metron does that, actually, you know what? Irina is going to take it, but she's going to reappear at Ismark's side in a spiral of silvery white mist, now holding her rapier at the ready.
Cool.
Lillison is gonna join Kiva, I think.
Yeah, Metreon's gonna go ahead and follow Amity.
Okay. With that, I think everyone's moved.
Yeah.
So, Amity, anything else that you'd like to do on your turn?
Sort of stare dumbfoundedly at the people who appear to be going, like, right into the big mix of wolves. But that's all for her turn.
Okay. With that, the zombies have their turn. You watch as they kind of sway, groaning from side to side, and they slowly step forward on either side of Strahd, their arms outstretched as if ready to intercept any that might approach or attempt to pass by. They will take the ready action. Kiva, you're up.
All right, so Kiva is going to rage first, because why not?
Good plan.
And then let's see what sort of fun things happen.
All right. So as these scars on the side of your face split, the gold ichor and the fey-touched influence drifting down, you watch as the cerulean blue of your eyes flickers and blazes with the fey-touched light as you give in to that inner cleansing rage. What occurs?
The old classic, my little flump pixie girl shows up.
Beautiful.
And she is going to place that little pixie girl right next to Strahd.
Okay. Right there?
Yes.
Okay, you watch as apparating in a swirl of fey mist and sparkling lights, this small pixie shape, the tinkling of a laugh like bells in the wind. Strahd regards it with mild interest at best.
That's okay. And then she's going to move herself right up in there with him, I guess.
Okay, what path y'all taking?
She's going to go there and take any opportunity attacks that come from going in and out of
Okay.
melee range.
If
If you want to roll those first, and then I'll roll my attack.
Yes. So Wolf and Ghoul will both attack you. It's going to be a 22 to hit from the Wolf.
Yeah, that hits.
And that'll be 8 piercing damage.
Reduced
then-
or...
That's pre-reduction, so you can reduce it yourself. And then the Ghoul is a 21 to hit.
that also hits.
Jeez.
Okay, that'll be 8 points of piercing damage. Reduced to 4. All right, and then the
Sexy.
zombie will
All right.
attack you as well with its readied action.
Let's do it.
That is an 11 to hit, which I believe misses.
That does miss.
All right, Kiva, you're up. What are you doing?
All right, she is going to... Let's see here.
And is the pixie still there?
She'll... Yes. It moved. It moved. So it's in front of...
Okay, there we go. All right, what are you doing?
All right, she's going to recklessly swing at Strahd,
Okay, hit it.
which is a terrible idea, I know, but... That's an 18,
An 18 will hit.
and that is 7 points of damage. And she's just going to slash across his face and then just stay right on him. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, you slice across with the scimitar, and you feel his pale flesh almost resist the blow. You recall that he seems to be somewhat resistant to these forms of weapon attacks. Moreover, as you carve across his flesh, you watch as that same scarlet light appears once more around the site of the wound and immediately begins knitting together, instantaneously regenerating. He raises an eyebrow toward you. Really? You must know that you'll have to do better than that.
Death by 1,000 cuts is still death, Strahd.
Oh? His nostrils flare toward you, and he gazes down toward you. You seem so eager to greet death as a friend. I wonder if you truly understand what it means to die. You watch as his fingers move, making swirling, arcane motions. He chants under his breath, and you watch as a crimson glow flares from the irises of his eyes. I need Kiva to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, fuck.
All right. Jesus Christ. Ugh, not great. 13.
You rolled twice. It's the first one, right? This is not a charm.
Yeah, but don't I get advantage?
This is not a charm.
Okay. Sorry, then it's 5.
All right. His eyes flare, and as you kind of glance away, shielding yourself from the light, you feel at that moment a probing presence touching upon your thoughts. It's alien and dark and ancient, and you feel a deep malice undercutting it. At that moment, you feel it delving into your mind, pushing through memories and thoughts. You feel your surface awareness is brushed away, and then this raw, almost tearing away of whatever veils might have concealed them to the raw nerves that lie at the base of your mind. And then you hear Strahd's voice. Well, fascinating. You have seen death before. Was her death painful? Did little Eva suffer?
Kiva just spits in his face.
Unable to protect a little girl, and you think you could protect anyone else. That's his turn.
Whew, okay.
Immediately, Anna Krezkova will glance wildly at her husband, and Lilith, you hear her say, "What are we doing? What the hell are we doing?" He shakes his head. "They don't seem focused on us. We need to get help." She nods. "Someone, please! Attackers, fire! Water, please, someone!"
If you bring townsfolk in here, they're going to get slaughtered.
She whips toward you, her eyes dark. "If we don't do something, the village will burn down. Fire spreads."
Fine, then tamp it, but don't get them to come in here with goddamn pitchforks.
She nods. "Not to fear. We know what we're doing." That is her turn. Esmeralda immediately, with a shout, tears forward in a whirlwind, her rapier and hand axe flashing through the air like a slicing gale of steel and iron. She will attack with her rapier twice, attacking this wolf first. That is a 20 to the hit, dealing 12 piercing damage, stabbing it right through the neck and then slicing to the side as it falls to the ground with a spray of blood. She tears forward, a whirling dervish of steel and slicing iron, as she attacks the ghoul with a rapier. 20 to hit, dealing 6 points of piercing damage. This time again, slicing it right through the side of the head, puncturing and popping one of the eyes, and slamming it down to the ground with a derisive kick. Stepping forward again, bringing the hand axe bearing down directly on the wolf before her. An 18 to hit, dealing 9 points of slashing damage. As she carves across its haunches, it yelps and shies back, leering and snarling toward her. That is the end of Esmeralda's turn. Okay, next up, Erthrendir. You are up. What's going on?
He's just staring at all this. Something just absolute terror in his eyes as he fumbles for his wand, holding it up like a holy symbol at the amassed undead. Get the hell away from us. And he's going to cast Fear.
Okay, place it down.
Yep. Give me a hot second. How do you rotate this sucker?
Should be mouse wheel. No luck?
No, it's working. I'm just placing.
Gotcha. Ever the optimizer.
I'm trying to live.
That is entirely reasonable. I do not begrudge you that.
Okay. He's going to step backward into that square. And yeah. All of those 6, I think, need to make whiz saves.
I think it's just
5. Or can I optimize better? Okay, nope, I placed it down. All right, yeah. 2 ghouls, 3 wolves.
From the top, Wolf 19, Ghoul 10, Ghoul 12, Wolf 13, Wolf 7. DC was 14?
14, so all but the top fail.
Beautiful. So they are frightened. What happens?
That means they have to use their actions to dash away from me as far as possible until they can't see me anymore.
Okay.
And then they get to make whiz saves, but until then, they're just running.
They have to use their actions for that, right?
Yes, it's not a reaction. As he just snarls, "Go away."
Okay. With that, if you want to get rid of the template, it is the Baron's turn.
I don't know how.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll take care of it in a sec. The Baron will glance at his wife and nod, begin making his way northward. Slipping past Amity and Metreon, she will follow, having ready an action to do so. You hear shouts beginning to rise. You see light spill out from one of the nearby cottages as a figure steps out. You watch the Baron waving his arms, points up ahead. The shrine! Fetch water! We'll need to form a brigade! Alright, with that, it is the ghouls' turns. Okay, with that, one of the ghouls is going to head for Esmeralda. One of the ghouls is going to head for Lillison. Another ghoul is going to head for Lillison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another ghoul is going to head for Lillison. And these two ghouls are going to flee. They have to take the dash action, right?
Yes. As far away from me as they can get.
Alright, they're going to a little bit of a ways off the map, but that's okay. Okay, and then so these ghouls, this is going to be 3 attacks against Lillison, 1 attack against Esmeralda. Okay, so against Esmeralda, that is an 18 to hit. You watch as the ghoul slashes forward, its claws dripping with a yellowish gray liquid slice through the air. Esmeralda looks toward it and then shouts a word, throwing up a hand. And you watch as flashing to existence and then unfurling, rotating in a spinning circle from the point of origin, a long array of bones that swirl into place, forming a shield that conjures and hovers in the air before her, blocking the ghoul's attacks as she casts the shield spell. Against Lillison, that'll be an 11 to hit, a 5, and a 17.
Okay, only the 17 hits. I think Lillison will also cast Shield as a reaction.
All right, you watch as the blazing ephemeral shield swirled with greenish demonic sigils and runes emerges, malevolence erupting from it, but obstructing the ghouls' slashing talons. Do the ghouls get saves at the end of their turns, Earthrinder?
Can they still see me?
I would say...
He's in the light.
You are in the light. I would say yes, they can still see you.
Then no.
Okay, the 2 ghouls continue to flee. Wolf turns. 2 of them will immediately flee, even further than the ghouls, considering that they have faster move speeds. Oh dear, I seem to have reached the edge of the canvas. Very unfortunate. Oh well. Regardless, the wolves will then make their way forward. Let's see. 2 of them will bound over the low wooden fence on Lillison's opposite side, just above the pair of wooden doors that seem to lead to a cellar below the structure. 2 wolves will surround Kiva. 1 wolf will leap forward toward Ismark, and 1 will attack Esmeralda. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attacks in all. First off against Esmeralda. That is a 6, which misses. Next up against... actually, this one's going to attack Earthrinder.
Oh,
That's
great.
a 14 to hit.
No.
Okay, beautiful. It gnashes toward the air, and you duck back, barely evading its bite. Kiva, this is going to be 2 attacks against you, and since they're adjacent, they have pack tactics. That's going to be a 23 to hit.
And they get advantage because I recklessed.
Ah, so they get advantage either way, yes.
Yes.
Okay, that'll be 7
yeah.
points of piercing damage, half to 4. And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Okay, give me 1 second. An 8.
Okay, as the wolf barrels forward toward you, it slams into your chest, its paws scratching and scraping toward you. You let out a yelp as you're thrust backward, and you fall prone onto the cold ground at Strahd's feet.
She has advantage.
Oh, do you? Oh, because you're
Rage.
raging. All right, roll again. Let's see if that you can get up.
Fuck yeah. Me not knowing how to play my own character. 22, that's better.
As you slam onto the ground, you immediately pivot, whirling your weight and pirouetting back into a standing position as you slam the wolf aside with the butt of your scimitar. You are still on your feet. The second wolf is going to make its own attempt, however. That is a 20 to hit,
Yeah, that hit.
dealing 9 points of piercing damage, half to 5. And I need you to make another strength saving throw.
11 both ways.
11 was what you needed. It slams into your chest again, but this time you're slightly wearier, but you resist it as it slams up against your side and you push back just as hard. unwilling to give even an inch to these beasts. And then 2 attacks against Lillison, both with advantage. That is an 18 to hit and a 16.
Neither
I believe
of them
neither hit with shield.
Yep.
Beautiful. They slam once more again into the ethereal wall of force that you've conjured before you, whimpering as they impact against it and slide down. That is the end of the wolf's turns. Irina is up. With a shout and yelp, she slices forward with her rapier directly toward the wolf that's been attacking Erthrindir. Unfortunately, slicing slightly too wide as the wolf was still off balance from its last attack. Her slice does not quite impact. Ismarek, however, with a snarl and a shout, slices forward with his longsword and the silvered short sword that he obtained recently. That is a 13, first off, which hits, dealing 11 points of damage, slicing through the wolf as its head goes slopping off down to the ground. He glances down toward Lillison, surrounded by the ghouls, and turns toward Irina. Stay close behind me. And he launches himself forward and slices toward the ghouls, slicing with his longsword one time, impacting and dealing 5 points of slashing damage. Then attacking a second time with the short sword, hitting with a 19, dealing 6 points. The ghoul rasps and then hisses, bearing its claws toward him, its pale, milky white eyes going wide. He just snarls and steals his ground. That is the end of Ismark's turn. Metreon, you're up.
Oh, good. So, seeing all of this and having just kind of instantly teleported to Amity's side, she would see him start to go into a bit of a panic attack, or at least what looks like a panic attack, as he sort of kind of starts to fall to his knees. His eyes start to kind of roll around in his head, and he's never done this before, so DM, you'll have to tell me what it's like. But he is going to cast Armor Vagathis on himself.
Okay.
Ooh.
With that, you watch as Metreon's eyes kind of roll back his head. He spreads his arms out on either side of him, and a low tone begins to emanate from his throat. Almost alien, an aberrant chant, as his body slowly sways, his shoulders rolling out on either side. And you watch as the snow around him begins to dissolve into mist, spiraling up and around his arms, around his fingers, up, swirling around his torso, and then up around his face, and enclosing the cheeks and the back of his scalp. And then, with the slicing through air of solidifying ice, you watch as it consolidates, congealing and freezing in an instant into an almost skeletal-like suit of armor that surrounds him, jagged and covered in spikes, almost resembling a rib cage around the torso and extending downward with twisted, contorted shapes and spirals around his legs. It shimmers and shines in the crimson light of the fire, the spikes glinting wickedly with their sharpness.
Fucking hell. He looks down at himself and kind of flexes his fingers a bit, feeling this kind of iciness on him. And kind of with this newfound sense of bravery, I guess, sees everyone sort of in a panic. And he's going to go ahead and take his movement to... would I be able to see Lillison from here?
From your vantage point, I would say you could just barely peek around the corner and be able to see her, yes.
Okay.
But it's not with all the people standing in the way.
All right, so I'll move through them. And yeah, I'll just use my movement and my bonus action to dash over to her.
Okay. Alrighty, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, Lillison, as you prepare to take your turn, you hear the silent whistling of something through the air. And... you see a pair of arrows go whizzing through the wind, one of appearing from the blackness out of nowhere, one of them slicing through the air and thudding into the wooden palisade beside you, and another one embedding itself halfway into the neck of the ghoul to your bottom left. It spits snarling and falls back, the yellowish-white ichor of its blood flowing free, and in the distance upon the wall you can see one of the archers that you saw when you entered, quietly laying low to the battlements of the wall and knocking another arrow.
Aww. Very helpful.
That'll be 9 points of damage to the ghoul. All right, with that is the end of their turn. Lillison, you're up.
Okay. Lillison is going to bonus action disengage.
Good plan.
Just let's move this way. Sorry, Metreon, you're now the focal point for all of them. And I believe she is going to acid splash the 2 wolves.
Okay. These are the ones by Kiva or the ones by Metreon?
The ones by Metreon.
Okay, go for it.
That will be a dex save.
12 and 15.
Okay.
Top one fails, bottom succeeds.
Yes, so that's going to be 9 damage to the top one.
Okay, the bottom one evades as this bursting bubble of blood-red, sizzling acid splatters across them, dissolving some of the straw and wood below the wolves. But one of them is impacted directly across the face and some of the eyes. It howls in pain as the acid eats away at the flesh, exposing some parts of the skeletal bone beneath. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Amity, you're up. You've got
Okay.
the Krezkovs around you, Irina holding a rapier below, and Esmeralda whirling into the ghouls and wolves to your left. What are you up to?
Well, Amity's first gonna go snuggle up right up next to Esmeralda and whisper, he's here. Do you think you can kill him?
She glances back to you and hisses, I think that what I can do is try to get her to survive long enough to see if that's possible. Stay close. Don't die.
All right. What's the building to the northeast here?
That is a cottage, just a standard house as far as you can tell. You've seen one person emerge and go running to the north at the Baron's orders.
Oh, so there's a door.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, she's going to yell back to the Krezkovs and Irina. Here, if you get into a dwelling, he won't be able to follow you. And then Amity will start going that way. So you said the door's on the north side, or where?
Yes, it's on the top left side, facing
Okay,
toward
understood.
the road.
Yeah, Amity can almost get there, to be honest. But she will turn back and say, Esmeralda, I believe in you. I'll be here behind you from a distance, and give her bardic inspiration.
Ooh.
Using
Okay.
her action. I mean, since there's an open door, it's pretty easy to get into this little bitsy cottage by dashing into it. But Amity will still look out the cottage at the action, just in case. Is there, for example, a window facing the action?
There is indeed a window facing the action with closed shutters.
Okay, excellent.
Inside, you see there appears to be the figure who fled seems to have gone into the night, but inside, as you barge in through the door that had been hanging ajar, you see within an older Barovian woman glancing up at you in terrified fear, her eyes milky white with cataracts, and beside her, a young man who reacts to your sudden invasion with a startled yelp and shying back away.
I'm on your side. Just, you might want to run away. And yeah, Amity's gonna open the shutters. That's his turn.
All right. Cool. Did you use your action, or you dash, right?
Dash action, bonus action, bardic inspiration, item interaction, opening some shutters.
Gotcha. All right, very good. With that, it is the zombies' turns. One of them will turn toward Kiva, the other one closing in as well. Each of them going to make a slam attack against you. That is a 15 to hit and a 13.
Both miss.
All right, Kiva, you're running wild as you slam aside, ducking and evading, dodging like you're born into war. That is the end of the zombies' turns. You feel kind of like the tinge of disgust and sadness as you watch these shambling undead forms of, on one hand, a teenager, and the other just could scarcely be older than a pre-adolescent girl, slamming toward you, clawing, their eyes blind as they bleed rotted blood from their torn, ragged orifices. It is your turn.
All right, so Kiva's just gonna recklessly attack Strahd again with her scimitar.
Hit
That's
it.
what I like to see.
I wish I knew why
It's the
it
old
wasn't
button.
rolling advantage. It's a 24 anyway, so
Okay, you want to roll again to see if it crits? And you rolled
Yeah,
advantage, you hold
let's
down the
try
Alt button.
on a Mac. What is that?
Fair enough.
Option.
Did not crit, so let's go with the 24.
All right, 24 hits. Roll me some damage.
Okay, I don't know what just happened.
It's all right.
So, which damage should I take? The 6 or the
let's
4? I don't know.
We'll take the 6. That's the first one.
Okay, great. So yeah, she's just going this violation of her mind, still very fresh and raw. She's just going to steel herself and swing again at his face, and then she's going to bonus action move that little pixie guy to there, and then it's going to explode.
All right.
So I need him to make a Dex saving throw, and the DC is 12.
That's an 11.
Holy shit! Okay.
Work.
He takes 6 force damage. Probably less, but 6 force damage.
Okay. With that, you watch as the pixie explodes beside him. The force of air blazing through the night air toward him, and he yawns. And as he does, you watch as 3 spiraling rings of mist erupt around him, swirling like a nexus. One of the rings of mist suddenly expands, forming a shimmering wall of fog, and the blast of the pixie is entirely dissipated against its width, leaving 2 rings behind that then fade once more into nothingness.
You're more of a coward than I thought, aren't you?
You seem little able to hit the things you target.
Give it time. It'll happen.
Perhaps. Is that your turn?
Oh, yeah. She's she's vibing right now.
All right. You watch as his eyes flare once more. Actually, at the end of your turn, you can still feel the presence of his thoughts in your mind. Let me just check something real quick. Sorry, I did not mention this. I'm assuming Kiva would not have taken it. But just so you're aware, you can feel the presence of his spell still invading your thoughts, and you feel that you might be able to try to force him out if you attempt. But you can still feel
No,
it
you know
lingering
what?
there.
She'll let him stay. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. With that, Strahd's eyes flash once more. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
$17.
17. That was the DC. Actually, no, it wasn't. Unfortunately, you missed it by 1.
That's okay.
Fucking
With that, you feel the spell delve deeper into your thoughts, tearing with reckless abandon, little care for what might be private or personal or not. And then you see a face. Her face. The auburn hair falling over the shoulders, the eyes meeting yours. And then you hear Strahd's voice echoing in your physical ears. Her loving you. Did you truly believe that she could ever love you back? You, someone so broken, so ugly inside and out. Thinking that you could deserve that for an instant.
She's going to set her jaw and summon another pixie right next to him. And, he's cruising for a bruising, that man.
All right. He will then chuckle, and let me double check something real quick. Okay, so that does consume his action. Very good. That is the end of his turn. Instead, he will hold up a hand toward you and smirk as if beckoning you to try again. The Krezkovs will continue their way north, calling for help. You see others figures emerging from cottages around you as they make their way northward up the path. Esmeralda, now on either side with a wolf and ghoul, will attack again, now cornered with her rapier, seeing if she can slash her way free. First attack against the wolf with a hit, 16 to hit, dealing 12 piercing damage. The wolf goes down, whimpering. Then she whirls again with the rapier, attacking the ghoul. That is a 12 to hit, which just hits, slashing through with 13 points of piercing damage. And then she attacks a final time, chopping the hand axe toward the back of the neck. This time severing the point of the esophagus as you watch the ghoul's head flop back, lolling aside, and the entire form slumps to the ground. She snarls and continues making her way forward toward Strahd and the undead. That is the end of her turn. Earthrendir, you're up.
Earthrendir's just like glaze is flickering between the undead surrounding Kiva, the ones around Metreon and Lillison, to Amity's eyes peeking out of the shutters. And he swallows and slashes out, silver lines extending from his wand as he casts Shatter.
All right, place it down.
Fuck these ghouls in particular. So that is a DC 14 con save.
Okay, let's see how they do. That is a 10, a 2, and a 2.
Then they all take 14 thunder damage.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
All right, it slams into them. You watch as two of them whirl through the air, slamming. One of them actually impacts Metreon just off the side and like slides down his body. The entire creature's form going limp. The other one slamming against the side of the house and falling where it lingers in the licking flames that have begun to fall from the gutters on the thatched roof ahead, soon becoming a burning inferno of its own. The third one impacted as well, just barely managing to stay standing.
All right. He pants, looking at Lilson and Metreon and Ismark. Y'all have got these. I know you will. And then he just looks at Kiva. Hey! He doesn't get your mind. He doesn't get your heart. Nobody fucking does. And he's going to give her Bardic Inspiration.
Y'all are making me cry in the club right now.
And then he's going to move over and give a look at Amity. And through the blind, you can probably see him mouth, "It's your choice." And then he turns back to the fight.
Okay. I believe that is Earthrendir's turn. Krezk will continue moving with his wife. The ghouls are up. There is, oh dear, one ghoul remaining. It will turn toward Metreon, hissing and spitting. You can hear the broken bones cracking below its skin as it launches itself at you, tearing with its claws.
Okay.
That is an 18 to hit.
Is that at disadvantage?
What gives a disadvantage?
A certain feature of mine.
What?
Ah, interesting.
What?
That is a 15 to hit with disadvantage.
I think that still hits, though. Damn.
Okay.
Yes.
So it will hit, dealing 5 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make a con save.
So that takes that ghoul takes 5 points of cold damage as my Arbor of Agathis shatters on it.
It hisses, its claws going to its eyes as little barbs of ice pierce themselves into parts of its face and cheeks, all along the side of its arms and shoulders.
And then what kind of save did you say?
Con save, please.
8.
All right, you feel its claws go just a touch too deep, carving through the shell of the icy armor, and you feel the yellowish gray poison seep into your blood, chilling like ice itself. And then you feel your limbs slowly begin to lock up. You are paralyzed for 1 minute.
Cool times.
But you can remake the saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
Or speaking of that, I believe the ghouls would get their saves now that Earthrendir is probably well out of vision.
Ah, yes, very good. Thank you. I appreciate the reminder and honesty. That's a pair of wisdom saves?
Yep.
That is a nat 20 and a nat 1. So one of them can start coming back, but he's a bit of a ways.
Next turn.
Yep. All right, at the ghoul's turn's end, you watch as you hear shouts coming from the wall as several guards that appear to have been standing atop it begin making their way outside the perimeter, descending the walls and heading in the direction where the Baron and the others have passed. The wolf's turns. 2 of them are near Metreon, 2 of them are by Kiva. I think it all works out. Kiva, that will be a 20 to hit and a crit.
Yeah, that hits. Both those hit.
All right, that's a total of 15 damage, half to 8.
All right.
Then against Metron, that's a 21 to hit and a 23.
They both automatically hit because I'm paralyzed.
Oh, yes. Well,
They automatically crit.
they automatically
Oh,
crit.
even
yes.
better than that. Even better. Even better.
Fun time.
Okay, so that is a total of 14, 29 points of piercing damage.
Erthrendir is going to do something he has not done yet. He's going to
Oh.
cutting words the damage as he just yells, "Stop it!"
Okay, so you only get to choose one source, right?
Yep. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's only a D8, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is he reduces one of them by 8.
Okay,
So that's how
that-
much?
That is 21 as total now. And Kiva, I need you to make 2 strength saves for me. Metron, I need you to make 2 strength saves as well. And Kiva, do remember you have advantage while you're raging.
So a 13 and a 15.
Okay, both of them succeed. Metron?
So that's going to be a 5 for the first one and a natural 20, but it's a -1, so 19 for the second one.
Gotcha. Unfortunately, the 5 is just enough to let the wolf slam into your paralyzed form, and no matter how much resistance you try to muster through your unmoving muscles, you find yourself slamming onto the ground, your head impacting hard on a stone there, and you see stars swirling and spots across your eyes. You are prone. That is the wolves' turns. 2 of them get to make their whiv saves against fear. A 13 and a 20. The 20 succeeds, the 13 does not. Okay, that is the end of their turns. Next up, Irina and Ismark. Irina will step toward Metron Ismark the same, and Irina will attack with her own rapier. That is a 6, unfortunately missing. Ismark will attack with his longsword and short sword. First, the longsword, a 12 to hit, dealing 9 damage and carving through the ghoul. Then he'll sidestep, rolling around Metron and slicing into the wounded wolf first. That is an 18, dealing 5 points of damage, just enough to take it down. Final attack with a short sword, jabbing at the wolf in the corner, now unable to find any means of escape. Unfortunately, a natural 1, he slips faintly on a bit of burning pitch that falls from the thatched roof and snarls for a moment, trying to stamp at his boot to put the flames out. That is the end of his turn. Metron, you are paralyzed, but you can give me a con save at the end of your turn.
Cool. Natural 1, 3.
All right, unfortunately, you remain paralyzed. Very sad. Okay, Kiva. You see coming from the dark of the night around you, hear the whistling of arrows to the wind, and a pair of fletched arrows slam into the wolves beside you. Let's see if they actually connect, though. That is a 12 and a 14, both hitting. That's 9 damage and 9 damage. Each one suffering 9 points. They whimper and snarl and yip as you see the arrows pointing in half of their torsos, one of them twitching in pain as blood oozes from the site of the wound. Lillison, you're up.
Okay. How does the wolf next to Ismark look?
It has not yet been touched.
All right. Lillison is going to give a very concerned glance towards Metreon. Make a little motion as if she's about to try to shake his shoulder. Think better of it, and whip her arm around instead to face the remaining wolf and spray a puff of greenish gas towards it.
Okay. That is a 16.
Ooh, all right. That's no damage then.
Jesus, that would have been
Very
max,
sorry.
too.
That would've been
That
so good.
would have been, yeah.
That would have been beautiful. I'm sorry, guys. All right, is that Lillison's turn?
That is Lillison's turn.
Okay, very good. Amity, you are in the house. What are you doing?
Indeed, but I have line of sight because there's a window. So Amity is going to tense and then shoot a hand forward, expending her final level 2 spell slot as a big bad wolf rushes forward to... Let me just get the point. Okay. Well, I don't know how to mark this point anymore, but it's here. There we go. And blows, just like erupting with the spell shatter in this area at these ghouls.
Okay. These two zombies will be hit by it. Give me some damage.
Indeed.
And I'll
they're
make
zombies,
saves.
not ghouls.
They
Right,
are
I will
indeed.
give you the damage. Once I figure out how to get this. There we go. You're 12 damage. If
That is
they, depending on the Constitution saving throw.
That is a 10 and a 7. Both of them fail.
Okay, excellent. Then they both take 12 damage.
All right, they are blown back from it. You hear the snapping and popping of bones and joints as you watch as several splinters and debris from the hour slammed into the flesh and skin, both undead groaning in painless distress. But they fixate their gazes now upon you and your friends. Is that the end of your turn?
Given that Esmeralda has not used the Bardic Inspiration yet, yes, that is the end of my turn.
Which she
All
is.
right.
Oh wait, no. Bonus action roll on the spirit table. Always roll on that spirit table.
It is fun.
Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. As you end your turn, Kiva, you hear Strahd sigh, and you actually watch him roll his eyes. Incredible. One so attracted to stories, but so fearful of being one herself. Perhaps we can change that. And you watch as he turns and then begins to blur, his figure swirling with sudden swiftness as he uses a legendary action to move away from you.
God damn it! She's just gonna yell, "Coward!"
And let me double check something. I'm not sure if this triggers an AOO or not.
It's not.
I think it does.
It
It does not provoke an AOO. Very good.
It's bullshit.
Amity, you watch his figure blurs with inhuman speed, and then you see him walking, almost strolling leisurely toward you, the burning light of the fire reflecting off the glint of his fangs as they poke across his lower lip.
Uh-oh.
All right, it is the undead's turns. The two zombies, one of them will attack Esmeralda, one will attack Kiva. That is a 10 against Esmeralda and a 10 against Kiva, both missing. The both of you bringing up your weapons to slam back the blows as the zombies do their best to flail toward you. All right, that is the end of their turns. Kiva, you're up.
All right, give me one moment. Perfect. She's going to use her movement and take that opportunity attack, and she's going to follow Strahd.
Be a
Okay.
lot of opportunity attacks.
That's fine.
Compatible
It's
with
just,
you. Oh no, I approve. Just
yeah, and then she's going. So if you want to roll those first, and then I'll do my.
Sure, that is how many? You were just next to two zombies and 2 wolves?
Yeah, looks like it.
2 zombies, 2 wolves. Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be 2 wolves attacking with advantage.
Yep.
That is a 16 and a 17.
16. Yeah, they both hit.
All right, that is a total of 9 plus 5. 14 points half to 7 of
Okay.
piercing damage. And I need you to actually make, while you're still there, 2 strength saving throws.
Okay. That's a 16 and a 14.
All right, you succeed. You're able to move past them. Then the zombies will take their attacks as you move. A 7 and a 22. The 22, I believe, hits.
Yes, yeah.
All right, that'll be 5 points of bludgeoning damage, halved to 3.
All right, fuck yeah. And then she's going to recklessly attack Strahd with her scimitar.
Okay, hit it.
22.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Ew. All right, you slice right across the small of his back, carving across part of his shoulder, tearing through part of the cape. As you hear the shredding and tearing of fabric, you watch for a moment, kind of pale blood for a moment seep from the wound. How much damage?
9 points of damage.
Got it, half to 5. But then you watch as the flesh immediately knits back together.
She's going to grab him by the shoulder and say, "I'm not done with you yet." And then the pixie's going to explode.
Okay. Give me some damage.
All right, he fails the save?
Oh no, well, let me...
He's got to roll. It's DC 12.
That is a 18 plus a bunch.
Yeah, so he's fine. But the pixie does reappear in front of him again, and she's just going to be hot on his tail.
All right, his figure blurs for a moment, evading the attack, and he looks down at you. So fiercely protective. I wonder what you'll do when you find them falling at your side. Immediately he turns, holding up a hand, chanting words and forming strange shape with his fingers, and you watch as, whistling from the palm of his hand, a small mote of flame that sears through the air, crackling, and then explodes in a massive burst of crimson fire atop of the 2 cottages near where Amity now stands. A swirling torrential inferno of screaming skulls and souls, twisting like the fire they've become as 2 additional cottages burn bright in Krezk's night. Amity, you immediately feel the rush of heat around you. You hear the burning and the immediate light as the 2 villagers in the cottage with you shriek and immediately look toward the exit.
Oh God! Amity clutches Truffle and just sort of points them to the exit.
All right.
They already know the way, obviously.
That is the end of Strahd's turn, though he will... Actually, you know what? He's fine. The Krezkovs have now vanished from sight. Esmeralda is up next. She snarls and dances forward amidst the undead and wolves, pulling her rapier and hand axe at the ready. Unfortunately, misses an attack against the first wolf. Second one...
She does have inspiration.
Misses as well. She does, but she's not going to use it just yet. Well, actually, no, she could do that. You know what? Why not? That's a D8.
It's a D8.
All right, she will roll. That's a 14, which does, in fact, hit, dealing 13 points of piercing damage. She drives her rapier through the wolf's throat and out again, shaking blood down onto the ice and snow-covered grass. She then turns to the other wolf beside her and attacks with her hand axe. That is a 6, unfortunately slicing wide in the darkness away from the fire. She curses for a second and readies herself for another hit. At the end of her turn, Strahd glances toward you, Kiva, his expression mocking and slightly amused, and his figure blurs again away from you, now standing ever closer to Amity's window. Erthrendir, you're up.
There's a blur of motion. He's dropped his wand, just like in his haste, and Kiva, you can feel as he runs a swirl of healing pull around you as he is going to heal you for 5. And then he's standing in front of the window, his hand outstretched. Don't you dare. No more fireballs. No more magic. No more men like you. And he's going to hit him with a firebolt.
Okay, roll to hit.
That is regrettably an 8.
Okay, and it unfortunately slices through there, and Strahd actually raises a hand and bats it callously aside, a swirl of mist forming at the tips of his fingernails. You? Cocky indeed. The arrogance you presume. No more men like me. Boy, there are no men like me.
There's the line. There we go.
Don't you dare fucking call me that.
All
That's his
right.
turn.
Krezkovs are gone. Ghouls are... One of them is slowly making its way back. I'm not even going to move it because it's so far off the map at this point, but next turn it can start moving across tiles again. One of them makes a whiz save. Fails. It is running pretty far. Guards are now out of sight. They have gone to fetch a pail of water. Wolves. One wolf left, or two wolves actually. One of them is going to attack Metron, one is going to attack Esmeralda. That is a 21 against Esmeralda, and it was a crit anyway against Metron, but you'll be very glad to hear that it rolled double ones.
Fantastic.
Plus another 2d4. So a total of 9 points of piercing damage against Metron. Esmeralda takes 5 piercing damage as the wolf clamps around her leg and tears hard. All right. With that, Irina and Ismark have their turns. They corner the wolf, and you hear Ismark shout, "Get the fuck off of him!" Irina first. That is a 14 hit, slicing through the wolf, dealing 5 damage. It howls in pain. Next up, Ismark, whirling his longsword down like an executioner's axe. First one misses the wolf, dodging aside. Second one, he snarls again as it slices into the side of the palisade, just missing the wolf's head by inches. Final one again, missing. Ismark, unfortunately, off balance. Not doing too great, but doing his best. Metron, I need you to make another con save, please, at the end of your turn.
Woo! Yeah. Okay. Ooh. That's a 7.
All right, unfortunately, you remain paralyzed, staring with fright and terror up toward the dark, clouded sky overhead, the fire licking and burning all around you as the wolf snarls, its claws and its teeth biting toward your prone form. Ismark and everybody doing their best to deflect it, but perhaps not enough.
Yeah. If Irina and Lillison look down at him, he's weeping.
All right, with that, he watches 2 more arrows whirl through the air, this time toward the creatures next to Esmeralda, as the scouts on the walls will take their attacks. 17 and 10. 17 slams into one of the undead. And it will make an undead fortitude save. As it stumbles for a moment, seeing if it can stand or fall. It staggers and then remains going, the arrow actually sticking out of its neck as it rasps blood, old blood dripping from the wound, still going. The wolf dodges it entirely as the arrow wedges itself in the ground by Esmeralda's foot. That is the end of its turn. And let me double check something very quick. Okay. Lillison, you're up.
All right. Lillison is about to do something that I am certain will not work, but she's gonna try. Lillison glances behind her at where, the one remaining wolf is still threatening Metron. And she is going to turn her back on Metron and walk 10 feet north. And she raises her voice, still with a very just icy, calm tone. And she calls out, "My Lord von Zarovich, it seems you have come not to slaughter us all, but to deliver a message. Surely you can see that you have left the impression you desired. Surely you would not go as far as to destroy your property in order to leave this impression. This is, believe me, this is quite sufficient." And she's going to cast a subtle suggestion.
Okay.
Come on.
Big money, big money.
You watch as, just to your eyes alone, you see the wisping of the spell creep across the space between you and him. And in that moment, you watch as his shoulders lock up, his eyes go drifting for a moment, and then from him again, whirling the two remaining rings of mist. One of them flashing and then shuddering before curling into his body. He exhales and then regards you with an eyebrow quirked. Perhaps, but I have never been amenable to the suggestions of my lessers. The remaining ring sinks into his form.
There is a small and cruel smirk that creeps across Lilson's expression, and she is going to... I don't know if this is technically part of that action or if it's a free action, but she's just going to draw her dagger and have it ready in her hand.
Okay. Amity, you're up.
Okay, just sort of looking at Strahd, she's like, I wasn't attacking you. I just the zombies. What do you want? What is your goal?
Is it really to the sheep to ask the desires of the shepherd?
Is that what your goal is? To be a shepherd? I don't know where you...
questions for a woman in a burning building.
Yeah, presumably this building will soon be a bad idea to be inside. So Amity's moving.
Yes, you can see the fire actually spreading down the walls toward the floor around you. Next round, the fire is spreading pretty quickly. You can tell that it's probably going to start toward you pretty soon.
All right. Well, Amity goes up and says, I don't know what you want. Maybe it's this, maybe it's not. But vines wither, souls come hither, freeze and stumble, shiver, dither. And she's going to touch him and cast Bestow Curse.
Okay. There's a shadow that passes across him for a moment, and then you watch as it breaks, the spell shattering to pieces at his feet as he laughs, a dark, malevolent tone, with a crit plus a bunch. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. It was really good.
Oh, I knew that there was no way this was going to affect him. If that's what you wanted your sheep to do, then I mean, I guess if it's not, then be a little clearer. That's her turn.
My dear girl. And he glances back toward Lillison. You all think that I've asked a question, what I've not even begun to utter. But perhaps there's never been a better time to ask. And you watch as his clawed hands lash out through the air toward you, Amity, as he attacks.
Okay.
That is an 11 to hit.
Of course that hits.
Okay. You watch as his fingers actually don't slice through you, the claws not cutting into your flesh, but you feel the very touch of his pale skin to yours sap some of the energy from your form as you feel some of the life drain from your body, leaving you sallow and slumping. You take 11 points of necrotic damage, and immediately Erthrindir and Lillison, you watch as he curls his claws around Amity's neck and pulls her close, taut to his form. He glances toward Erthrindir.
Hold on.
Toward Lillison. Yes?
As soon as that happens, fires a lick from the house behind Amity as her body is surrounded in flame, which just consumes him for a second.
Atta girl.
Hellish Rebuke.
There we go.
Yes! Yes!
Not even like intentionally, maybe. Just
What the fuck is that damage?
pure anger. Oh yeah, and a beautiful 6 damage. So how am I doing this? Right? Is that enough?
He has a 16 to save.
So
he takes
okay,
half?
that's saved. So I think he takes 3 damage.
He's not looking good, guys.
I'm on the leaderboard.
Okay. He chuckles. Well attempted, but not enough. And if you try anything in my grasp. And he glances toward Erthrindir. You, boy. And he nods his head back toward Lillison. Kill the
What?
girl, or I'll slit your little devil's throat.
Erthrindir's
And
eyes
he's-
just go
Oh
wide.
shit!
He, his smile slowly grows across his face, a dark, mocking expression. We all have the power in our hands to kill, but most are too afraid to use it. The fearless ones control life itself. Do you lack fear, or does your fear own you?
Don't do it.
He's just stammering, his eyes just wide as he looks between them.
All right. As you consider that, the undead turn toward Esmeralda, slamming toward her. Both missing as she whirls, deflecting with her rapier, caught in the middle of a maelstrom of undead and the final wolf snapping at her heels. As the undead end their turn, Strahd smirks and his figure blurs again, reappearing 15 feet back with Amity still held in his arms away from you. Actually, he's going to move here. That's far enough, I think. All right, Kiva, you're up.
Okay, give me one moment.
Am I grappled? Did the attack grapple me? Just
Yes,
'cause-
you are
Yes.
grappled.
Okay.
Oh, I love that. He's still within my range. So she's going to go right up there and she's going to recklessly attack.
Okay, go for it.
$22.
22 hits, roll damage.
It's 4 slashing damage. And she's going to look him in the eyes and say, I thought we were having fun. Why do you keep running away?
Strahd looks down at you. Take one more slash at me, and your friend will not live to see the following morning. This is their decision to make. See that you do not make it for them or for her. And his claw caresses the bottom of Amity's neck.
You know, that's
that
almost
the end of your
enough to
turn?
make a girl jealous. She's going to explode the pixie. Well, it explodes anyway, so. Oh, I just
Alright.
threw myself off the map.
No, come back.
Yeet. Just fucking yeet.
Yeah, it's Strahd has to make a dex save.
Okay, he will do so.
Don't do it, please.
That is a 14.
Yeah, that he saves it. She's just gonna stay right on him.
Okay. Let me check something very quickly.
I'll
Yep.
clear the wounds. I'll heal them. Just.
I can't just lose you, either of you.
Okay. With that, Strahd takes his turn. I'm just realizing... Actually, never mind. I don't have to do that. Never mind. Kiva, looking at him for a moment, you watch as, for an instant, there is a shimmer of reddish light that dances across his form and then falls like rain to the ground, puddling in the icy earth before vanishing into the dirt. Though you see now that his the wounds you just inflicted have instantly healed, there is you see that the crimson light seems to have vanished entirely from around the sights. Instead, he merely sighs and, turning to Amity. So, it seems that your friend has made the decision for you. He raises his voice.
I'll cure the wounds. I can cure them.
I will give you one chance, Erthrindir. Strike the girl down, or else... And he lowers his voice down to a murmur. See that you die with dignity. It is more than can be said from most.
Don't do it, please.
He will then end his turn, holding Amity tighter, and take the dodge action. Immediately after Anna Kreskova's turn, he will then sigh and turn to Kiva. And as for you, you watch as his free claws swipe out through the air and slash across your side. That is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
All right. You suffer 11 points of slashing damage, half to 6, plus 7 points, 11 points of slashing, half to 6, plus 7 points from necrotic, total of 13.
Okay. Sounds good.
Right. Your meddling grows tiresome, girl. Let your friends make the decisions. Are they not capable?
This has nothing to do with them. I want you for myself.
All right, Esmeralda still caught up in the undead and the wolf. She will make her own attacks howling like a fury as she carves through them. Rapier unfortunately misses as the undead grabs her ankle and kind of pulls her off balance, but she launches back with a 22, slicing it right between the wolf's eyes, taking it down. Then she will chop forward with her hand axe at the remaining undead. Unfortunately missing as the zombies slam her from both sides, throwing her off balance for a second as she dances back to evade them. Erthrindir, you're up.
He just stares at Lillison.
Lillison stares back at him with the firelight flickering across half her face, and there is a very, very cruel smile on her face, and she is gripping her dagger in plain sight now, and she says, "You're welcome to try. But I have already died for one of you once. I am not doing it again."
He stares her down. Almost like not comprehending. He raises his wand. And then Pete catches Amity's eye. And it falls from his grip. He steps forward and looks her in the eyes. Hey. Love you. And then he raises his short sword. I am done making your choices. And he is stabbing Strahd in the face.
Okay, roll for it. Once you're close enough.
That is a critical hit!
way!
Ah!
I love when the dice tell the story.
Yeah.
I do think you're currently 10 feet away from him, though, so if you'd like to move a bit closer.
I move. Okay, so that is 13 slashing damage total.
Okay, bringing the short sword, you with a scream of rage and defiance, you slam it into his side and tear down. And as it pulls, Kiva, with wide eyes, you realize the wound isn't instantly healing. You can see the flesh beginning to knit back together, but the glaring red light from before is not quite present now. And as Earthenreader pulls back, blood dripping from it, you see Strahd looking down at it with eyebrows raised.
With a growl, he murmurs, "Heal." And Amity, you're going to heal for 5. There. You want choices. You want to make me choose over and over again. Then fine. But I am not dancing for you.
Okay. And is that Earthrendir's turn?
Yeah, he's right up on him. He is just fucking... He is clearly coming around for another swing.
Okay. The remaining wolf will take one swipe at the downed Metreon. That is is that an auto hit? Or it's advantage?
It's advantage.
Okay, that's a 19 auto crit, dealing 13 points of piercing damage.
Your boy's down.
Fuck.
It tears through the side of his chest, exposing a large part of the torn skin as it slices through the clothes and armor that lie there. Metrion's eyes, paralyzed, powerless, staring blankly up at the sky, filled with pain. That is the end of the wolf's turn. Irina and Ismark, howling with rage, turn toward it and slice toward its heart. Irina first, Ismark second. Irina misses, unfortunately. Ismark. I pour by, missing twice with the longsword, hitting once with the short sword, slamming edge to it and skewering it right through the heart, twisting. The wolf whimpers, whines, and then falls limp to the ground. Shit. He glances down. We've got to get them out of here. Got to stop the bleeding. Metron, I need you to make a death saving throw, please.
Sure thing, boss. 16.
16, that is one success. And if you'd like to also roll against the paralysis.
Yeah. Well, doesn't that drop when I go to 0?
I don't believe so, no.
This is to see if rigor mortis sets in, essentially.
Oh, gotcha.
Perfect. But yeah, I don't see a reason why paralysis would go away.
Okay. 19, finally.
19, all right. You were unconscious, but at least you're not paralyzed anymore. Small
But I
victories.
said I wanted to be stiff. That's not what I meant. Like,
Oh my god.
As long as you don't become a stiff.
I'm well on my way.
All right. That'll be another 2 shots from the archers coming toward the zombies. 14 and 15, both hitting. 6 points of damage. And let's see if this one survives that. It does. It's the both feather-tufted bows slam into the chest, and it staggers for a moment, but keeps going. Blood leaking from the destroyed mouth and torso, staggering continually toward Esmeralda. Lillison, you're up.
Okay, Lillison looks with a lot of concern over towards Metreon, but she has no healing capabilities. So instead, she is going to turn her back very deliberately on Strahd and walk this way. Thrusting her hand out in front of her in a very angry, forceful gesture, she is going to cast Acid Splash at the 2 remaining undead that Esmeralda is grappling with.
Okay. That is a 14 and a 1.
Ooh, all right. The one that rolled a 1 is going to take 9 acid damage.
All right. You watch as it struggles to keep moving, its limbs pulling forward, even as the blood-red acid begins searing through it, steam and smoke rising to the places where it burns through the flesh. You see it reaching forward, this young man's form, shambling, undead, rotting, eyes wide toward Esmeralda, the flesh sloughing off the bones, and then collapses, the skull poking through, now half melted, as it collapses onto the ground. Is that Lillison's turn?
Lillison is going to glance back over towards the fallen form of Metreon and then say to Ismark and Irina, can one of you see if you can do anything for him? And that's her turn.
Okay, Amity, you're up. You are held by Strahd, grappled. Erthrondir and Kiva doing their best to fight him on either side of you. Kiva, extremely low hit points, but you can feel Strahd's claws still clasped around your neck. What do you do?
I love you too so much, she says to Erthrondir as he executes his freaking awesome stab. And then she's going to try to use her action to escape the grapple. Is that
Okay.
what, athletics check?
That is indeed a choice of athletics or acrobatics.
I'm choosing athletics.
Good plan.
What'd you
He just
get?
tries to push her arms across. It's an 18.
You push powerfully, struggling to break free, but there's an inhuman strength in those undead muscles and bones, and Strahd holds you tight. He rolled a 19, I'm afraid.
Hey, DM? No,
Yeah.
he doesn't. Cutting words. Fuck you.
Oh! Wait, cutting words hits. I thought you said
It does ability checks.
Oh shit!
See, as he just snarls. Nope. She's strong. She's really fucking strong. And you have better things to attend to, dipshit.
All right, you watch as this burst of silvery green energy bursts from Erthrondir's hand as he chants the words. Amity, you feel your strength suddenly redouble and your tired muscles rejuvenating, and you shove away from Strahd, empowered by this sudden burst of energy, go spiraling, spinning 3 feet back as his form towers above you, but now sweeping in beside Erthrondir.
I might die today in a graveyard, but you're not going to bite me. I know there's one place that you can't reach me. And she's going to run back into the burning building. And then whip
It is now
around.
entirely on fire. Like, if you run in there, you are going to get hit by flames. Are you okay with this?
I'm assuming that it's not going to be flames quite as bad as, Fireball. We'll see how much damage I take each turn. And
All right,
she's
make a
going
dexterity
to...
save as you move into the house.
Okay, sounds good to me. That's a crit fail.
All right, currently the fires aren't burning too bright this far to the edge, but you do suffer 3 points of fire damage as you step into what basically amounts to the same level of like a campfire at the very edge of the door. The heat from this distance is intense. You can feel this inferno burning up at the sides of the walls now, burning rafters plummeting, crashing as the thatched roof begins to crumble, embers and sparks flying through the air.
She
It is
whips
intensely
around.
hot.
Is that
She
3
whips around
half?
just standing in the fire, surrounded by Inferno, pointing her finger, ready to cast a spell to help her companions out. Esmeralda, we need help. And that is her turn.
Esmeralda whips down around toward you. The 2 corpses at her side. She nods. I'll be right there! Hold on! Alright, that is the end of Amity's turn. The zombie takes his turn. It will slam Esmeralda, or attempt to. Unfortunately, with a natural one, it kind of stumbles, like crumbling to the ground for a second as Esmeralda kicks it in the face with her boot. Kiva, you're up.
All right. She's got 1 HP, and she's gonna fucking swing at Strahd recklessly.
Okay, hit it.
22.
22 hits.
6 points of damage, and she's just going to slice across his face again and just say,
Okay.
she's actually not going to say anything. She's also going to spit again. She likes doing that.
All right, let me check something real quick. Okay, so how much damage is that?
6.
Half to 3. Okay, very good. Okay, is that your turn?
The pixie's gonna explode.
Okay, let's see how he does on a dex save. His figure blurs with inhuman speed again as he rolls a 25.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's it.
All right, as you do, he evades the explosion with a whirl of mist around him. And as you watch, he eyes Amity, Erthrindir, you, and then slowly begins to laugh. Fascinating. I never grow tired of it. Perhaps you'll be more fun to break than most after all. His eyes meet Amity's and then Erthrindir's. I am pleased with your progress. Perhaps one day ye shall warrant my full attention. He takes a brief step back. You watch, approaching through the trees to the south, one of the wolves limping through the underbrush. And then he holds up a hand, flicking his fingers, and the wolf dissolves in a swirl of mist. He turns to Irina. Lady Coliana, doubtless we shall meet again soon. And as for your friends, I am sure this encounter shall not be our last. I do enjoy hearing of your travels and little adventures. And as he pauses, stepping back for a moment, looking thoughtful, no, I do wonder. Have you discovered which one of your friends is a traitor yet? And his form blurs, swirling into a black mist, wings spreading on either side as you see the form of a bat take his place and begin to whirl up toward the sky away from you. Kiva,
Do I get an opportunity attack on the back?
You do.
Yeah!
You're not using a legendary movement for this.
23!
Hey.
That's a hit. Give me some damage.
5 damage.
All right. You slice across it, carving across and dealing 3 points of damage, though you notice that the wounds that you inflicted on the last turn, though not as quickly as before, have now fully regenerated, healing away. Ari, are you making an AOO?
I don't have a reaction.
Fair enough. With that, the bat that was started flutters up into the air, swirling into the darkness, and soon vanishing into the clouds of mist and fog overhead. There's a final grunt as Esmeralda's rapier and hand axe swirl through there, slamming through the zombie's skull and hacking it to the ground as it crashes to the earthen floor. Irina rushing to Metrion's side. As in the distance, you hear the shouts of the townsfolk and the assembling of silhouettes slowly forming up across the road of the village. And then there is only you, the night, and the flames. You hear a cry going up from the north of you. The fire! Put it out before it spreads too far! You see dozens of Krezkian villagers beginning to line up, assembling in the space alongside, each one separated by a few dozen feet. Each one, you watch as they begin to pass buckets forward and forward. A fire brigade lining up. You see them passing them forward, the line stretching off into the snow-dusted pine trees. They need to run up and throwing them in their best as they extract the victims from any cottages at risk. And as this rescue effort mounts, you are left alone for the moment in front of the Krezkov's burning cottage. As they do, Ismark and Irina will attempt to stabilize Metrion.
Cool.
Irina immediately does so, leaning down and tearing off part of her cloak and wrapping it around your wounds, stabilizing you. Your breath grows steady, though you remain unconscious. Ismark kind of picks you up and slings you over his shoulder, glancing at the group with wide eyes. What now?
Erthrindir doesn't answer. He just kind of...
The Abbey, maybe we should go to the Abbey for protection.
Erthrindir just kind of coughs. And then he collapses onto the snow and just begins to sob.
Amity runs out of the house and just sort of huddles over him. Thank you so much. I would do the same for you every time.
He just kind of nods. Thank you. Oh, fuck it. And he hugs her. Yeah, I know. I know. And that is all he's really going to say.
Okay. By this point, the townsfolk have extinguished one of the northernmost cottages, but you can see the other one is almost nearly burned to the ground, and there's almost nothing left of the Krezk cubs. With a great burning crash, you watch as one of the wolves falls in entirely, forming a smoking, burning tomb as the inferno curls black smoke toward the sky. There's still shots coming, the fire brigade coming. Hamilton, don't let it spread! As you watch the brigade go to work, slowly but surely they push back against the fires. Are you remaining? Is there anything you'd like to do?
Lillison would like to hover around Metreon for a little bit and then run towards Kiva.
Kiva will just catch her in her arms and like hold her close.
Lillison,
Like leaning on her for support, if that's possible, because she's.
Lillison's going to like tense up for a moment, not having expected to get swept into that, but put her hands very gingerly on Kiva's shoulders and make sure she's steadied. Are you all right?
What about me? Are you okay? I know that he threatened to kill you, but look, I wouldn't have let him do it. You know that.
I mean, he didn't threaten to kill me. I was fairly sure Earthrendir wouldn't do it, but you. And she looks at like all the wounds that Kiva has on her. I would say, what were you thinking? But I know exactly what you were thinking.
Hey, I know he bleeds now for sure, and whatever that red thing is, once it goes away, he's much easier to hit. So I think we have a shot, and that's what I needed to know.
Do you feel strong enough to walk?
Yeah, is Irina okay?
I think so, yes. She was barely touched in all the fighting. I was going to see if the brigade needed more hands.
Yes, let's do that. And she's going to follow Lillison and try to help.
All right, Esmeralda follows suit. Right, let's do what we can. Behind you, you see Ismark carrying Metron on his shoulder, Irina making her way forward unsteadily. You're all okay. Oh my god. We're helping, yes?
The Earthrendir kind of like looks up, like he's been startled out of a reverie. Right, shit. He looks at Kiva, at Metreon. Hold on. Hey. This is gonna hurt. Do you want me to help?
Let's get settled with the town first, and we'll deal with that later.
Okay, fair. Fine.
Do you still have any healing in you? Metreon was doing very badly.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, okay.
I have a little bit.
All right.
I'll handle Metreon. And
okay.
Kiva, I still think you're crazy, but thanks. You showed us that it's possible to fight him.
She just sort of grunts a little bit and keeps like fires.
Well, Amity's going to go over and cure wounds on Medio.
All right. Ismark kind of presents him holding it out in his arms. Roll the not damage, healing dice.
Be 6 healing damage.
All right, Metron, you come gasping back to life in Ismark's arms. He
Mother
slowly
of morning,
lowers-
Lord.
Okay. And he kind of like slowly puts you down on your feet, making sure you're not about to fall over before taking his hands off your shoulders.
Thank you. I'd say I feel a bit like a damsel in distress. Yeah.
So did I. I guess you were unconscious at the time. Let's go get some water.
Is he gone?
I mean, would you prefer I stay with you? Are you okay?
No, I was Strahd. He's gone.
All right.
Yes, he's gone.
He buggered off, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
I think he got what he wanted.
Yeah, right. Let's get out of here then.
We can't. It's night. We gotta wait.
You can't just go to the Abbey?
I agree, we should go there, but first we should help these people put out the fires.
Fine. Yeah, okay.
Okay, together joining the rest of your group who by now have joined the line and began doing their best to speed things up, pulling the pails forward and reducing the travel time. One by one, the buckets of water are pulled forward and then passed or run back. The moisture splashing over the fire and little by little, bit by bit, putting them out and hemming the flames in. The fire slowly shrinks. It's 10 minutes, then 15, 30. Another tree comes crashing down, burning embers spiraling into the night. Another cottage just destroyed completely. But by the time that the fire is finally extinguished, the smoke rising into the air, now mixed with steam from the melting snow. It's finally dark once more, save for the silvery light of the waning moon looking down from overhead. And then it is quiet. As you watch the villagers making their way around, doing their best to ensure that no one among their own have been injured, you see coming forth from the center of the crowd the familiar forms of Dmitry Krezk, followed closely after by his wife, Anna. From a position at the edge of the crowd, you see the Baron make his way toward the front of the cottage, searching frantically through the debris, and then finally, at the place where Strahd once stood, he collapses, cradling what seems to be a small, half-dissolved, half-scorched skull in his arms, and crumples to the ground, his wife kneeling beside him. Several of the villagers look at you warily, with some fright, suspicion, some gratitude, but lingering very faintly. And at that moment, you feel ice clutching somewhere below your chests. Esmeralda gives each of you a somewhat weary look. Back to the Abbey then? Or are we staying here?
No, we gotta go.
She nods. Then let's go. Perhaps our absence will bring some peace into them. She shakes her head, looking thoughtful and sorrowful for a moment, and then, assuming you lead the way, follows you toward the road back up to the Abbey.
Yeah, I'm leaning on Ismark, kind of limping along.
He does his best to support
trying
you.
very hard to tough it out and look like she can handle it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Lillison looks like she wants to go to the Baron and Baroness and say something, and hesitates for a very long time before just shaking her head and following the rest.
Earthendeer's very quiet as he walks with the group, and his gaze kind of flickers from first to Amity, and then to Lillison, and then to Kiva, and then to Metreon. And then he just kind of pulls his head down, wand still forgotten behind him, and murmurs, "Heal." And he's going to cast Mass Healing Word on all of you.
Okay.
So how many of us get to wince in pain?
It's different from how he usually does it. It's more of just a exclamation than his usual glyph magic. But yeah, that is 5 health to everyone.
Okay, each of you feels this intense burning in your chest that kind of spreads through your arms, almost like a fever. You feel sweat beating from your foreheads, and you actually feel in places where the bone was unset or the flesh was torn, burning, searing pains begins to knit back together. The bones forcibly crack themselves back into place. And then, just as the agony is reaching its peak, you see steam hissing from the places where the smoke, where the flesh has become one, unbroken once more. And you turn to Aerthund and you see a faint shimmering of greenish brown magic dissipating into the air around him.
Did it still hurt?
Yeah, it hurt a lot, but I guess it's better than being dead.
Great. That confirms a thing or two. Let's move.
Yeah, we'll follow.
Together, exhausted, burnt, and wounded, but less so than before, leaving the crowd behind as you make your way forward, they part for you, watching you with dark, haunted gazes as you limp and slowly make your way down the road. Watching you go as you ascend toward the switchback road, the snow and old pebbles crumbling beneath your feet as slowly you climb, overlooking the forest and the village. And now from your vantage point, growing in height as the air grows colder and the wind grows harsher, looking down at the place where there's now a naked wound, a black charred scar at the southern end of the village by the gates, and a small crowd of shadows watching, waiting in silence as you ascend. And that is where we will take our break for now.
That was so cool. Oh my god.
I'm so glad I could be such a help this time. You know, it was.
You were very helpful. Thank you.
Dragna, thank you. That was my favorite moment of the campaign so far.
Excellent. I'm very glad to hear.
Yeah, that was in fact cool as fuck.
All right, so we will take a quick 15-minute break here. Thank you all for watching. We will be back very shortly to pick up. Until then, please do enjoy a few other messages from our D&D community. As always, we have a fireside chat this week with Sarah Frank about building cohesive parties in Curse of Strahd and integrating player characters into the narrative. We will see you, as always, back here soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Sarah Frank, a dungeon master and a player on DPK Roleplay, about building strong and cohesive parties and challenges of involving player character backstories in Barovia. What are the challenges involved in using player character backstories in Barovia?
Well, the thing about a character backstory, it's not really super relevant in Barovia as far as exploring specific hooks that you might have written in, like certain NPCs or places. But it doesn't mean that you can't resolve or build in that backstory throughout the campaign through, similar events or scenarios, situations.
How can you get around these issues and hook your players into the adventure anyway?
Finding new hooks to pull your PCs through the narrative is half of the fun of Strahd, but you really have to be open to having those hooks come from unexpected places and be willing to let Barovia really become a part of your backstory.
How can you help your players stay true to their characters, given the darkness and despair they often face in Barovia?
Right, because Barovia is dark. There's a lot of, it's a horror campaign, right? So A lot of times you can bring a character in that, maybe is a happy-go-lucky or has a brighter atmosphere, and it can be really difficult to maintain the authenticity of that character. I find that small touchstones of who your character is and regularly checking in there, whether that's, a mantra or a memory or a phrase, just something to keep a little bit of piece of them as you intended the character to be, I think goes a long way. Especially after some really heavy narrative moments. And it helps to not only track your character's progress, but keep you grounded in the person that you're playing.
How can players and dungeon masters build strong, cohesive parties?
Yeah, building party dynamics in Strahd is essential. Then finding a way to make things work is really critical. It is about teamwork. A lot of conversations need to happen, I think, because you are dealing with heavy horror elements. But when you're making a PC for the campaign, you need to keep teamwork in mind. Not to say that you can't play a lone wolf, because again, you should be able to play whoever you want. But find a way for your PC to connect with your fellow party members and lean into it. It doesn't only help with the mechanics and problem solving, but it deepens the narrative of the campaign overall. Yeah, I'm not saying you need to be overly friendly or love everything, but just have one avenue for your fellow players to connect and try to leave that open to help build that party cohesion.
Why does this matter in Curse of Strahd?
I think, Curse of Strahd, it's such a cool module because I really do think it pushes players to be creative about how they approach things. When you're in an environment where everything's new and everything's dangerous, and most of the time you're there with people that you've never met before, it's just a whole new idea, because it's funny how quickly you stray away from what if I just walked up to this NPC and asked them a question? Because you do that once and you just get smacked down, So I think I love the creativity of it, the teamwork that just intrinsically comes with it. When you're in Death House, it's we work together or we all die. And I think that there's something really cool about how Strahd forges not only characters to have more resolve and dedication, but parties as a whole. I think it's really cool.
How can players and dungeon masters work together to develop and explore their characters?
That's a great question. I think, make sure you're talking to your GM about your character and how they're developing. And again, I think I can't stress this enough. A lot of the times as players, we think, that it's the GM's job to communicate or to tell us what things look like. But we need to make sure we're communicating that back, particularly with Strahd and creating a chain of trust there, because again, gonna get weird. So if you're struggling or uncomfortable with the direction that your character is going or the things that they're experiencing, talk to your GM about what options you have and never assume that you have to figure it out on your own.
Do you have any examples?
I was playing Curse of Strahd. I was playing a Dragonborn paladin named Beery, and she was 100% that happy-go-lucky, lawful good, I'm here to help the people paladin, but she was quickly overwhelmed by the state of Barovia, right? Everything's just less than ideal. And we actually ended up preemptively summoning Strahd through a ridiculous chain of events. And my character, who was a protective paladin, had to go through the experience of watching nearly her entire party just absolutely destroyed in front of her. And that was a really heavy moment for not only my character, but me as a player of, hey, this would be devastating to her. And so I reached out to my GM and I said, hey, I've never been in a situation where I've had to pivot to such a dark narrative tone, and we were able to have a lot of really good conversations of what that could look like or how that could show up in Beery without having pulling her completely away from the other PCs and having her shut down and stop interacting with the narrative at large. And it was a really great experience. What we came away with is that we actually had this beautiful narrative moment where Beery reached out to her god, and it's Barovia, so that didn't work out either, but we were able to find some narrative beats that worked to help get my character back to a place where she could function with the rest of the party and still continue the narrative in a meaningful way.
my friends. It is I, Count Strahd von Zarovich, and I bid thee listen. The Guild of the Black Crow have produced over 5 hours of ambient sound design for my most beautiful and ancient land. As used by Twice Bitten, these ambient backgrounds include my most private and intimate of letters, as well as bonus tracks not found in the Dungeon Master's Handbook. So, hear me now. I guarantee you safe passage to their camp. Support them, and perhaps we shall meet sooner than you think.
And welcome back, everyone, to Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. As always, before we get started, we just have a few quick announcements to hop through. First, just a quick shout out to all of the folks who have been supporting and viewing on Twitch and on YouTube, especially to those who have been sharing the stream or rating the stream on Twitch. You guys are awesome. We love you. Thank you for hanging out and vibing. We appreciate the hell out of you guys. Second, as always, a quick shout out to our continuing virtual tabletop sponsor for this campaign, Foundry VTT. Super active, if you haven't heard of it, super active virtual tabletop platform. They do a lot of great work, very regular updates. They're working on a big one now for audio and some other really great features. Huge community of mods, and everything you've seen in the stream is from Foundry itself. So definitely check them out if you think you might be interested in, especially during the current time when a whole lot of folks are playing from home. So thank you to Foundry. Twy, how are we looking on Twitch?
We are looking very good on Twitch. But thank you to all the lovely people who are with us today. And if you would care to subscribe, either with Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime, or good old money, we have a variety of lovely benefits, such as a better stream, because we can spend money on it, and emotes. And they are some really good emotes. The most recent ones are, of course, Doru, for which I'm sure we got a lot of use out of today. Strahd, again, a lot of use out of today. And Morgantha, for when either the PCs are doing something that the players absolutely know is stupid, or the innuendo is ratcheting up to 11. She's multi-purpose. She's great. But yeah. And with that, I believe, Serena?
As always, you can join the discussion on our very own subreddit if you're liking what you're seeing, reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/ourcurseofstrahd for past sessions, fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream. If you have any fan art or questions for future After Darks, you can email those to us at twicebittencos@gmail.com.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Twy and Serena, and thank you, everyone, for tuning in and for sticking around. I think that's all we've got to get through for today. So, without further delay or ado, let's dive right back in to Twice Bitten. And so, as you slowly ascend the switchback road to the Abbey of St. Markovia, leaving the now smoldering ruins of part of Krezk and the rest of the village far below, you climb the gravel, snow-capped path, winding its way back and forth until you reach the top. Without turning back over to the now scarred village below you, you climb the road forward to the ledge upon where the abbey waits, passing between the trees and the rocky earth, where you see there are these two small stone outbuildings and the mortared wall that waits silently on the night beneath a light dusting of snow. Are you passing through, and where are you headed?
I guess, how are we doing this? Are we just marching together as a line, or someone leading us?
I feel like Ez is probably leading us back up there, right?
She exchanges a glance. Right, then. I suppose we could put up for the night in the old barracks that I found.
Yeah, no sense in
there.
Should we let the abbot know that we've returned?
She shrugs. He has always been happy to let me come and go as I please. I don't think that would be strictly necessary.
Then let's be in and out before we have to care.
So I should warn you, we'll need to keep an eye out. I don't think we should face any difficulties, but Zarovich, when he descended to the village, it was from somewhere inside the abbey. So be watchful and be wary.
Wait, what?
I don't think that he can. I don't know that he can do it again. He seems to have fled. He doesn't seem to have interest anymore. Otherwise, I would have protested. And she kind of points up to the second floor of the northern wing. I saw lights coming from there, and soon afterward, the creatures marching through the courtyards. That was how I found you. So we will need to keep. I do not think it is a problem that we will need to encounter tonight, perhaps tomorrow, but we will need to post watches. We must be wary.
You are certain of this?
She nods. I was sleeping lightly at the time. I saw the flashes of light and I saw the lingering, and then I saw the creatures in the courtyard below. The Belleviews did not seem to like them, but I saw a cloud of mist at their sides swirling beyond, and I knew that he had come. I followed as close as I dared, and that was how I found my way to you.
And he was not there earlier today?
In the Abbey, during the day, no, not that I could tell, but whatever that flash of light was, I do not know if it is by some means that he brought those creatures. There were no ghouls when I arrived here during the whole day. I am certain of it. By some means, perhaps arcane, he brought them here. And the wolves that he summoned in the village down below, those came after. But the undead, I do not know how he transported them, but we should, again, keep watchful.
Lillison looks over to Erthrindir and says, I know that you said something about teleportation circles earlier when you were speaking with that young man in Vallaki. Is this something that sounds feasible to you?
He blinks, kind of not expecting the question. Unfortunately, if he's powerful, and, we saw, he kind of starts ticking things off on his fingers. 2 fireballs, I believe, some sort of mind invasion spell, so he's at least competent. Then yes, that's absolutely something he could do.
Can we destroy it to make sure he can't use it again?
If we can find it, sure. But if he's had 100-odd years or however long to do this, then it's not going to be easy.
Esmeralda sighs and shakes her head. I do not know if it is a circle as such. I have been through the entire Abbey in the times that I have been here, and just to ensure that nothing was hiding away in dark places. I have not explored the entirety of the eastern wing. The northern is known to me. There are no circles there. However he did it, it was without a permanent fixture.
So wait.
That is so.
If we go back with you to the barracks, is there some kind of way we could just, I don't know, conceal ourselves from even the abbot? Because if he's coming up here from that castle to here, they've got to know something about each other. They got to be working together.
Perhaps I cannot know. He seems perhaps indifferent, but perhaps they are allied in a way. The abbot has not openly opened arms against me. Though in the few conversations I have had with him, he seems apathetic, perhaps, as if our activities are Zarovich's concern and not of his own. I do not know that they are collaborators, but if Zarovich wished to do something in the Abbey's walls, so long as it did not touch the things the abbot holds dear, I do not know that he would take any effort to stop him.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes indifference is worse than hate, so...
Perhaps, but I do not think it wise to remain down below. At least in here we have better control and understanding of what is around us. In Krezk, I do not believe we can hide.
We need a stone building, some that can't burn, and a door we can barricade. That's the basics. If anything else would be nice, but if he's a wizard, then, well, we're fucked anyway, but, that's number one. Let's just get in the barracks, pour furniture in front of it, sleep. That's all you get to do.
It looks like it wants to throw up.
Esmeralda, she's coming with us, right?
She is, yes. She is currently toward the head of the party.
You can go through the mist, right? You can get to the outside world.
I suppose that I can. Although after he saw me today, I do not know whether I still retain that privilege. I suppose I would have to test it, but that is how I entered of my own volition, at least.
If you could, do you know how long it would take you to go out and get a wedding dress?
A wedding dress? That would... Well, for starters, I would need to retrieve my things if I were to travel that far from where I've left them in my wagon. I have little funds on me. Beyond that, the time it would take to travel, the mists can be difficult to traverse. I could find myself close to a major city, or I could find myself leagues away from one. The precision is not easy, especially when traveling the ways beyond the mists. So I could do it perhaps, but it could take days if I was lucky, and if there was one to purchase, weeks or months if I could not.
I think all told, Valaki is probably our safer option in that regard.
Agreed. I don't know if we have months.
We've met him, what is this, 4 times in 2 weeks? I don't know if we have days.
Is Ismark with the group?
He is indeed, yes. He is sticking close to Irina and keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. He's been quiet. He hasn't spoken.
I'm also
But he is
leaning
with
up
you.
against him.
Yes, he is supporting Metreon's weight as best he can.
After giving a saucy look to Metreon, Kiva's going to ask Ismark for a moment of his time. Once they're all settled inside the barracks.
Gotcha. He nods. Of course, once we're all settled in. At this point, Esmeralda passes forward, opening the gate, and you look as it actually seems to be already slightly ajar, perhaps having been left by another individual. She passes through it. The creaking groan behind you. You follow her behind down the snow-dusted path. She spares a glance toward the gatehouses and frowns. Interesting. I hadn't noticed earlier, but it seems the gate guards are not on watch. She shrugs. So much the better then if we're not looking to be seen, though. Come, we should be able to make our way into the courtyard quickly. She beckons and guides you forward through the large, heavy doors. And then at that, she frowns. How serious were you about not being detected?
Serious as the grave.
Right then. Do any of you have a rope of some kind?
Oh, what?
A rope. Something that, long stringy thing.
I know what it is. I just couldn't hear. Earthrendir just grumbles and pulls a rope out of his pack. Here.
Thank you. She takes it, using it for a moment. Then you see her kind of hold her fingers up to her mouth and form small twisting motions with her fingers and speaking quiet words. And you watch, apparating to the air before her, a palish white, sliced with reddish black veins, ghoulish hand with long yellowish fingernails apparates into the air. She frowns toward it, sighing, I have not grown entirely used to the appearance of magic here. It is unpleasant, but if nothing else, at least it is functional.
The fuck is
And
that?
he watches. It should be a hand of force. Barovia plays its little tricks. But, like I said, however ghastly it may appear, it would do the jobs that I need. And she nods toward the hand and lifts her eyes and her fingers, directing it as it pulls the rope up and around the battlements and pulls it down to the other side, pulling it taut evenly on either side. She pulls the ropes together and knots them and then nods toward you. All right, if we're not looking to wake everyone up by opening the doors, then this would help us shimmy up and head over to the room.
Right, yeah, let's go. And
One by one, each of you climb the rope, Esmeralda following up last and pulling the rope, undoing the knot and handing it back to Earthrendir as you watch the ghoulish mage hand vanish into a wisp of mist. She guides you into the quiet, darkened barracks, making your way amidst the moldy, splintered furniture that had been pushed off to the sides of the room. She nods and murmurs a few words, and you see a golden light spring up around her headband once more, casting away the darkness for a time. All right, we should be safe here for now.
Yeah. Earthrendir kind of murmurs to the others, hey, can y'all help me get some furniture? I'm barring the door.
Metreon
Yeah,
doesn't
Emily
say
helps
anything,
Dax.
but he'll help. I'm sorry.
As they do, as Mark steps toward Kiva, raising an eyebrow. What is it?
Well, I was just wondering if I could suggest a trade, maybe. I have this mace here, and look, I guess I'm asking for your sword, the silver one. If you'd be amenable to trade. If not, no big deal, but if I'm going to keep throwing myself at that monster, it might help.
You mean my short sword?
Yes.
He falters. I do not know if it will help you. Vampires are, to my knowledge, not those that are wounded by silver, though perhaps our friend would know better than I.
It's either that or
glances
it'll
toward
help me
Esmeralda.
with the wolves, but she does also look to Esmeralda expectantly, just like, is it worth it at all?
Esmeralda catches wind and Ismark repeats the question. She sighs and shakes her head. Silver, it can do good at some points against certain fiendish creatures, or of course werewolves. But beyond that, I'm afraid it has no special properties against the vampiric undead. I am sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm glad I asked. She just sort of like looks at the mace and just sort of says, Ismark, if you want it anyway, I don't see I'll have any use for it.
He shakes his head. I think that I would be fine without it. But if you don't mind, the short sword, it's a more comfortable weight for me. I don't know that I would be able to fight as well with the mace, unless you really need it.
No. I just figured I have an extra weapon now. She'll just lay it down in the room though, and she'll go back and just sort of sit in a corner as far away from Irina as possible.
Gotcha. That is Ismark's way of saying maces are not light weapons. So yes, you make your way to the side of the room. The rest of you are easily able to assemble like the broken bits of beds and furniture, pushing them to make a ramshackle but seemingly effective barricade against the door. And then, exhausted and exhaling hard, you breathe out and are able to settle back down to the sides of the room, lit by the flickering light of Esmeralda's headband. The chamber is quiet, though below you you can hear echoing in the night, now magnifying in sound the distant whoops, growls, and shrieks of the mongrel folk in the Bellevues below.
Lillison is going to approach Esmeralda and sit down. I see that you have also remarked upon the particular nature that Barovia seems to wish to impose upon magic. And she is going to cast her own mage hand, which, comes out as that skeletal hand that it has been the whole campaign. I did not know, however, that this change would manifest differently for each person.
Perhaps. I have seen some things that turn out a certain way. Perhaps they are tied to the souls that cast them, and Barovia seeks to twist and pervert them in different ways, depending on what we fear or what horrifies us. But it is window dressing. It is an old, sad land playing old, sad tricks. It is not worth your attention.
On the contrary, I think, for somebody who knows, less about magic than I really would like, every piece of information is something I would like to store up. What, if you don't mind, what else are you able to do?
She eyes you up and down, looking curious. I have my capabilities. One does not tend to travel for a long time without picking one or seeing the other up. You have seen, some things that I'm capable of. The lightning does come in handy at times. And you actually see now, looking up close, you can actually still see her. This entirety of the sclera and the irises of her eyes are still completely black. There are certain things that one can do to see in darkest night, even when one's ancestrally is not wholly suitable for doing so. And she blinks and you feel those completely black eyes staring toward you. And of course you have seen the shields that I can come to bear at times, so it is a bit gauche, I think. Barovia at times goes a bit far. I prefer my version.
I prefer my version of my shield as well, but she just shrugs a little bit.
Regardless, it is good to know. Perhaps we shall learn and see more of one another on the road. Beyond that, shall we arrange for watches in the night, ensure that none disturb us as we go?
That is very wise, although I am not entirely certain how much night is left.
Well, I perhaps shall have to sleep a bit longer. I have been awake for a bit of a time, but we shall do our best. If you would like, I am glad to take first watch and keep an eye out, and then we can go from there.
I'll take one.
I can take one as well.
I'm not gonna be sleeping tonight.
Right. Of course, I'd forgotten. I'm sure that your trances are nearly done. I would appreciate your watchful eyes.
That, yeah, sure.
Regardless, if you need to finish your rests or what meditation awaits you, by all means, I am happy to keep a watchful eye for now.
Thank you.
Okay. Esmeralda kind of, she's the rapier, but keeps her hand axe out and just kind of turns it over in her hands. And as you watch, you see a faint shimmer of purplish energy up the hilt of the rapier and a thin sheen of bluish light playing across the haft of the axe. And she sits quietly by the door and just glances toward the courtyard outside without opening it, but quietly waiting.
Lillison will go and spread out her bedroll and go for a long rest.
Amity's going to go for a suspicious sidebar with Metreon.
Ooh, my favorite.
I love it. Yeah, Metrion's already sort of kind of sequestered himself away from the others, kind of licking his wounds in a corner.
So you were unconscious at the time, but I think that there's some things that you should know. So first of all, Lillison said that she died first before.
Like what?
I don't know what it means, if it was like a metaphor or real. The other thing is that, and Amity sort of studies Metrion's face carefully as she says this, when he was about to vanish, he said, "I wonder if you figured out which of you is the traitor yet."
Metrion looks away from her for a moment, kind of licking his gold fang in contemplation.
Can Amity get an insight on this reaction to whether he reacted suspiciously and might be the traitor? If there is one?
I mean, you can if you want.
All right, well, I'll try. That's a 18. I don't know what I learned from that.
I don't know. From me directly, you would see that the gears are turning, and as soon as you see that, and he kind of takes all this in. Come sit down, yeah.
He could just be messing with us.
It could be, but
yeah, she sits down.
She says she died, and that confirms what I've been dreaming about. You know, either way,
Right.
we've got to figure out what's going on with her.
Do you have a plan?
Not really. I mean, I could.
All right, well, me neither.
Well, you know, I mean, you do that thing.
What, the zone of truth?
Yeah, I guess that's what it's called. You know, the thing that makes people want to talk truthfully.
Right. I could do it tomorrow, I guess.
Oh, I don't know if... How was she, though? Well, I mean, was she fighting? Was she...
Yeah, she was fighting the wolves and the zombies and whatever the other ones were.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, right? When I was there with you and I started freaking out, you saw it, I was covered in that ice. And I was just, I don't know, this like foolish courage came over me, and I saw her there, and even though I know I think I know what's going on with her, I still felt compelled to go over and try to save her, you know?
I saw that. That was amazing.
No, it's not amazing. It killed me. Almost fucking killed me, but anyway.
All right. I mean, even if there's something really weird, it might not be like a bad thing. I mean, bad in the sense that she might not be, planning anything suspicious.
I mean, should we nip it in the bud earlier or later?
I feel like we should know.
All right. Oi! And Metreon stands up and goes over and kicks the end of Lillison's boot.
Lillison jerks a little bit and,
Wake up.
And kind of opens one eye. Just stares up at him.
Listen, I almost died tonight, and apparently it's something you're really familiar with. Want to talk about it?
Lillison opens the other eye and then sits up. It's not the first time for you, is it?
No, it's not. But I'm hearing that you went down in a more final way. But here you stand, or lay. So you want to talk about it, right?
And if I don't?
Well, you know what? If we can't trust each other, if we're in this together, and if you're just one of them, I'm gonna do what I need to do to save my ass.
One of whom?
The dead.
Lillison rolls her eyes, and she is going to scoot out of her bedroll and sit with her back against a wall.
Oh, you're just doing a little silent treatment, Dan?
What is it that you actually wish to know?
I want to know what fucking happened to you.
You were there, along with everybody else. In the basement.
I was not around you the whole time, all right? I was getting my head messed with that little...
Yes, nobody else was there. I was alone.
That's what I'm trying to find out, then.
And everybody else left.
I didn't have any control of that.
Lillison, I would have stayed, you know that. You told me to run.
Told all of us to run.
I did. Because I thought that if I could delay that thing, the rest of you would have a chance. And I don't know why you are using that against me now.
Because you're not being honest with us.
We're not using anything against you. We just want to know. I mean, Strahd said that one of us was a traitor, and I don't want to believe that's true. And I definitely don't want to believe it's you.
One of us would work for him.
Listen, go on.
I was just saying I don't want to believe it's true. It would help to just know what's going on. But if sometime I just did a zone of truth and everyone was just like, I'm not a traitor, I guess that would be enough for me. Even if you didn't want to say anything more about this.
Lil, I'm not looking for your life story, all right? But I am looking for your death story.
Look, I don't think that we actually need to trust one another, as long as we know enough to know we are not working against each other. We are all going to have secrets we keep from each other because we are not one hive mind that must... I mean, you were keeping secrets as well. we've heard one of them this evening, but I don't expect to know everything about you.
I'm not asking to know everything about you, but I just need to know what happened. I said, fine, you want to know what's going on? I was having dreams, like Amity, all right? And they're telling me things about you, and I don't want to believe the worst in you, all right? You have saved my ass a bit, and I'm grateful for it. And I don't hate you. I'm not doing this out of malice. I'm just trying to understand.
All I can tell you is what I've told you before. I stayed expecting to die. When I came to again, the mound was moving off. I do not know why. And then I joined the rest of you.
So you have no memory of what happened in between that time?
No.
I would like to roll an insight check to see if she's lying.
All right, I
Go
would like
ahead.
to roll a deception check.
By all means.
That's a 20 from Metreon.
11 from Earthendeer.
Earthendeer was lying? Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry.
Been lying the whole time.
All right, Lilison, what can they tell?
They can tell that she is getting pretty agitated, and there are probably things she is not telling them.
Metreon gets closer to her, but like kind of stays like maybe a couple feet away from her, and kind of crouches down and looks her dead in the eyes. From one bullshitter to another, I get it. I really do. But like you said, we don't need to know everything about each other. But the important things like coming back from the dead, maybe being undead, those kind of things are relevant. So again, I'm asking you, what happened?
Lilison tenses up. Undead. She looks down at her hands. I will admit that was a possibility that had not occurred to me. Is there, if this is what you are concerned about, is there a reliable way to detect whether an entity is undead? And she sort of looks over towards Esmeralda.
Esmeralda sighs. There are certain ways of directly identifying such. There is a spell, though I am not familiar with it. Certain holy warriors, those that are bound by the strength of their convictions, retain the power to see things in their true nature. Such a soldier could perhaps look upon you with their sight and identify. There are indirect ways. There is a spell that I know that could not cast upon you, but cast upon another, perhaps. It is, like I said, a bit out of the way, but it could provide evidence if it reacts in a certain manner.
What is it?
It is a protection spell, a simple ward. It would not injure anyone. I would merely need to place it upon someone, and then I would need to listen to do something to test the theory of whether or not she is undead or alive.
All right. Here's my question, then. His gaze turns to Lillison. If it's possible that you are undead, do you want to know?
Truly, it makes very little difference to me. I still feel the same. I appear to be in control of my own faculties and my own desires. So, I believe the question is whether Metreon wishes to know.
He's going to insight that. That's an 8, so probably not very well.
As far as you can tell, she is being absolutely truthful about that and also a little exasperated.
Fine. Metreon, I can't. You're your own person, but this doesn't help anybody.
Metreon glances back over at Lillison. Actually, you know what? He hasn't stopped looking at Lillison. He's continued to look at her in the eyes.
Kiva sits up a little bit and goes over to Lillison and she's going to use her divine sense and see what happens.
Okay. You feel, as this conversation continues, Kiva, a kind of heat bubbling up inside of your chest and in the back of your thoughts, a kind of pressure building up behind your eyes, and you feel something guiding you. You hear the words that you've spoken and the promises you've made kind of turning in the back of your mind, and you think, Esmeralda's words echoing in your mind, convictions? I know about that. And like stepping forward and cutting through the melee of the conversation, you step forward and lay a hand on Lillison's shoulder, and pulling up that warmth that's swelling behind your eyes, you unleash it. And for a moment, your eyes glimmer with a bright viridian fey green. You look upon the others around you, and you see them as they are, but slightly different somehow, with symbols dancing around them, but a sense of earth, of solidity, of mundanity. And as you look upon Lillison, you just know somewhere in your heart and in your mind and in your sight that if she were what she was feared to be, there would be a rot, a stench, a decay. But you do not detect anything of it around her. You see a weariness, a tiredness, perhaps a shadow swirling somewhere, but the rot that you had feared is not present.
She's not undead. There's something there, but she's not undead.
Well, that's great then. You're alive. So then what brought you back? It certainly wasn't Abbott. Or was it? I don't know. Maybe you could tell us.
Lillison watches Metreon with just a very even, unreadable look. Although, I say unreadable, but if you want to read it, you can try.
I'll save it for right now.
Metreon, can I ask a corollary?
Yeah, go for it.
Where'd you get your special powers?
What are you talking about? I told you I made magic, right?
Yeah, pull the other one. You told me today that was a cover. That's not real. That was Metreon, the man who used to be Metreon. You weren't a magician.
I said I was a Metreon. I never said I wasn't a magician.
Don't fuck with me. Look.
This isn't about me. This is
my
about
point
right?
is, I don't care. But if you are gonna keep prying, then you oughta be upfront about that, huh? It's like she said, we don't all have to know everything about each other, but if you're talking about whether she's some horrible thing, then you'd have a responsibility to share too, wouldn't you? We don't know where your power's coming from. Or we can sit down, we can shut up, and we can accept that maybe we're all just here.
I'm sorry, mate. I can't do that.
Suppose I can't fault you.
Look, I know it's hard. I know your life's been real hard. I could just tell, like knows like, all that. And I know it's very hard for you to just continue all of this duplicitousness, all these lies. Maybe you should just try being more open and honest. And when I say honest, my eyes start to go black, and the black mist of suggestion flows out of my mouth, and I'm going to cast suggestion on her.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, I guess Earthander make a wisdom save.
No, he's talking to who is he talking to?
Lillison. Was it Lillison or Earthander? Oh, okay, then yes,
Lillison.
Lillison make a wisdom save.
I would love to. That is a 20.
Oh yeah, that saves.
All right, you see this kind of black mist swirl out of his mouth, and Lillison, her eyes hard, It kind of wisps around her, and then you see a faint shimmer of greenish energy around her, and the shadowy mist breaks and plunges to the ground, dissipating like dry ice. Metrion's eyes return to their ordinary color.
Earthrendir's got his sword half out of his scabbard. Out. I told you what would happen if you tried that on any of us. Get out of here.
Earthrendir, it's all right.
It is not. I'm... Either explain what the fuck you intended to do, how you're doing this, or leave. I will not sit around and protect and pretend to be friends with someone who is going to manipulate us with magic. So get out, tell me what's going on.
Do you want me to leave and tell you, or do you want me to tell you and then leave? Or is this an either-or option?
He slides his sword back in. Just... He puts his head in his hands. Or. It's an or. I know you... It seems like you can't control this shit. Is that accurate?
Metron kind of bites his bottom lip a bit in hesitation. Fine. You want to know? No, fuck it. I already told you enough about myself, did I? What's more? What's one more bit, right? I don't know what the fuck's going on with me. I don't. I keep getting visited in dreams by something. Says it's gonna help me out. So far, it sort of has, where I turn to ice, but then ice will fall apart and get frozen on the ground. I don't know. It feels ironic, right? But one of the conditions is, and as I say this, I start to roll up my sleeve and show Earthrendir and anyone else who's in the vicinity the strange runes that I've been tattooing, kind of spiraling around my arm, even kind of blasted over old tattoos. It's asking about Lillison. It knows that she came back and wants to know why. And if I don't tell it, it's going to do something bad to me. So yes, I need to fucking know.
You hear Esmeralda's voice cut through the air. What is this thing that you have been seeing? Does it have a name?
No, I mean, I was kind of calling it Skelly, but it's I think he called itself the Wounded One.
The Wounded One? I've not heard anything called that. Was it skeletal, I presume, based on the moniker?
I presume too. I mean, I've only seen its arm, but its arm was made of bone.
And the rest of it was not visible?
No, it's just every time I dream, when he takes me there, it's just dark. He just kind of reaches out of the void.
And this is a thing from which you have obtained your magic?
I guess. I don't fucking know. I just know that whenever I visit him, he teases me, he taunts me, he tells me he's going to help me, but I got to figure things out. And then I wake up and I got to tattoo myself, and I feel like I just got to do it. I can't just stop it. But it only lasts for a moment, and then I can just relax and go to bed.
So there's this. You said that you were tasked with some things there might be consequences or compulsion. What did it offer you? Did it offer you something?
He said it would make me strong enough to get out of here.
Right. Great. So one of you has formed a pact with the being, and I don't even know what it is.
Wait, what?
There are those that have reached to beings beyond the veils, some in other planes, those that may be bound or otherwise. The Wounded One is not the names I've heard before. But...
Has Earthrendir?
Has Lillison?
You may each make Arcana checks.
And as they do this, I start to kind of like pull down my tunic and pull away my armor and my jacket to kind of show off a little bit of the tattoo that's on my chest, the symbol.
17.
That's a 5, so probably not from me.
It actually... Did we ever get a picture of that symbol?
Yeah.
A long
Send it to
time
me. I'll
ago.
pull it up right now. I don't know if you have it.
Yeah, I can bring it up.
All right, so
Just
Well,
gotta
that's
dig
happening.
for a moment.
what you can see is the runes across Metron's arms that have been tattooed in there kind of wind their way forth up around the sides of the shoulder, then into the torso. And let me see if I can arrange this real quick so you can actually see what it looks like. But you can see it appears to be a hollow circle outside of a dark circle within. And then on either side of the larger one, you see left and right, a left triangle and a right triangle that points facing outward, and then 3 lines pointing up at different angles.
It's been making you do this?
I mean, it's not. I just, whenever I feel things, whenever I've been reacting, it's just been things happening. So, like, today when I thought I was gonna fucking die, that ice got all on me. Back at the Burgomaster's in Valaki, when that bloke Isaac cut me down. I felt myself just kind of get back up, and I felt this kind of cold go over me, and I felt not better, but not great, but better.
You're drawing on instinctual magic.
The fuck does that mean?
It means you're... Earthendeer, like, laughs, which is probably infuriating. It means that you're untrained. You've gotten power from this skelly or wounded one, and it's just coming out of you as a defense mechanism. That is... it's almost like a sorceress bloodline, but not how that usually expresses. That's... Well, that explains a lot. Also makes me think a decent bit higher of you if you weren't trying to mind control either Mr. Aragol or Lillison here.
But listen, this isn't about me. This is about Lillison. Why are we talking about me here?
It's about you now, buddy.
All right then, fine. Listen, I've always had a way with words, and maybe since I've been here, those words get a little bit, more persuasive. Again, I don't know what's going on with me. It's just a thing.
Okay.
Lilith quietly rolls her eyes in the background when he says persuasive.
Does Earthendeer know what this symbol is, or what this wounded one is?
Have you made an
17.
17? You're not familiar.
All right. Well, I don't know precisely what's going on, but if that's a pact, then we need to be careful. And we need to be able to help you, because if you're dealing with that shit, then...
What would help me if it would be, and I turn back to Lillison, would be if you just tell me what happened.
I cannot tell you what I do not know.
It's bullshit. You know something.
Are you certain that giving this entity this information, if you even had it, would be a good idea?
I don't know, but so far it's been very serious about what it could do to me.
Okay.
For somebody who, it sounds like, spent his life trying to get away from people who had power over him, you seem rather eager to please this one.
Because I know what happens if people in power get you and do things that you don't like for them. And you know what? I may have escaped the other ones, but right now I haven't. I can't get away from this one. This one's in my head.
Does it have to stay that way?
I don't know. But I'd be lying if I said it. I don't feel a bit stronger, And being here, seeing all the bad shit we've been through, maybe we need that. Maybe I need that.
Lillison leans forward and looks at Metron with a rather intense look. And if we all do become strong enough to leave, are you fine with spending the rest of your life under the thumb of whatever this entity is? There are other ways.
It's kind of hard to think about a year, a month, a week from now. I almost died tonight, and judging by the wounds on you all didn't fare too bad either. So, I gotta think about... I can barely think about tonight, let alone tomorrow. But if it gets me through this, I can figure it out after that.
Can I suggest a middle ground?
What?
You keep the power. I don't think you can easily divest it if this thing's got its tenterhooks on your soul. But you, and let us, try and help you get into a more secure negotiating position. We research, we find out information, we find out what control it has over you, if any, and we find other folks who have dealt with stuff like you. And once we get that, then we figure something out to let you have your life again.
Esmeralda looks thoughtful for a moment, and then she says, I have had some experience with these things, but if you're looking for a master of law of Arcanum and all of the things beyond, if we could somehow find Van Richten, wherever he may be in the land, I think that he might be able to shed some light.
Yeah, right. Maybe I'll get him to sign my book.
Is that a no?
He said, I don't know, alright? Why is this on me now? Like, I'm being truthful with you all. Why can't everyone else just meet me there?
I'm trying. I'm not trying to hurt you. I don't know how to explain that any further.
Thank you for being truthful with us, Metreon. That must have been hard to divulge.
Yeah, it's very hard. So I don't know why it's so hard for everybody else. And he looks dead at Lily. He just gives Lillison a dagger stare.
Lillison is going to change the subject and look at Earthrendir. Earthrendir, you know who Tiamat is, yes?
Of course. Dragon Queen and lord of some very unpleasant paladins.
I had not heard the second part, but
It's a long story, probably not relevant.
I know there are many things not right about this abbot, but he spoke about having been there to fight her. I very much believe that he is an entity far older and potentially more powerful than any of us can comprehend. Perhaps he would know something.
Earthendir's eyes are just saucers. Oh, and he's completely batshit insane.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
Can Earthrendir see if he can, sort this out? If he was there to fight one of the gods, then what would that make him?
What are you looking for?
He's trying to just puzzle this out. Okay, if this guy says he was there to fight Tiamat way back when, then, what are the possibilities for who or what he is?
Make a religion or arcana check, your choice.
19.
Okay. So in your recollection, Tiamat, as the goddess of greed and evil dragons, was at one point, in her lair, as she has resided in Avernus for a time, though in her time as a greater goddess, she was dwelling elsewhere, capable with a broader reach. You've heard some stories of a great war amongst the greater gods and of the many foot soldiers that fought, it's unlikely you think that the abbot would have fought her directly, just given that he doesn't seem to be an actual god. But there were many legions in those armies in that great clash in the astral seas beyond the plane of material beings. And in that great war that split the fabric of certain realities, there were legions, hordes of dragons that fought for Tiamat, and on the other side, armies of celestials that fought with the gods' bidding. If a creature had opposed Tiamat in such a war, they would likely be a servant of the gods.
He's an angel. He's
Wait,
a
what?
goddamn angel!
What the fuck are you talking about?
The Mr. Tall, dark, and creepy. Not Strahd, the other one. He's a goddamn celestial. That's why he can raise people from the dead without components. That's why he can do all this shit. That's why he can make golems. He is imbuing the spark of life.
How would a fucking angel be doing all this then? Here.
I do not know! Just flops down against the wall.
Metron looks over at Esmeralda to see what her reaction is.
Esmeralda just gazes toward the door listlessly. She just offers a half-hearted shrug. I do not know. Knowledge of the celestial, of the divine, has always been Dr. Van Richten's specialty. I have stuck to other more pragmatic arts. I would not know how such a being could have come here or come to be in such a way.
Well, great. This place is twisted. A literal being of absolute good. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Atherindir. I'm sorry.
He turns, and his face softens. Hey. It's not your fault. And I'm not mad at you. His gaze flickers to Metreon. At any of you. Thank you for not blaming me. For thinking about it back there.
The corner of Lillison's mouth just twitches.
You're absolutely blaming me, aren't you?
No, I am. I must admit, I am a little curious what the result of that would have looked like, but not so curious that I regret that it didn't happen.
He laughs. Well, honestly, you're a good bit more clever than I am, but also have a bit less kind of direct magic. Well, of course, you could hit me with acid and things, and I could probably depends on which of us got the drop on the other, frankly. But let's not figure that out, unless once we get out of here and you want to go for a real wizard's duel, like idiots.
Well, I mean, once we get out of here, I would be happy to spar, except I do not think it would be a wizard's duel as such.
Oh, no, it's just the term. A bard and he kind of gestures aimlessly. A Lillison duel.
I mean, it is true that I probably would try to stab you first, but in any case.
He smirks. Good night.
Good night.
Once we get out of here, that reminds me, I guess I don't know where my magic's coming from either, but I have a new one. I'm going to send a message to my family.
You've got sending?
I suppose.
Holy shit, then...
I'm sorry, I can't contact the rest of your families. I don't know their addresses.
It's alright, I don't have none, so you're all good.
Kiva just narrows her eyes a little bit, but says nothing.
Well then. Are we tuckered out? Have we gotten all our revelations out of our chest? Or Kiva, Are you also secretly a Celestial?
Kiva's just gonna say nothing and go sit by the door and just keep watch.
Point
Wait.
taken.
Wait, for sending, do you have to know the person personally? Because if we're looking for this Van Richten, perhaps.
I've got to be familiar with them, unfortunately.
Ah, well.
Actually, hold on. Amity, could you send one to me? I need to test. I'd like to test something.
Unfortunately, I'm very limited on these. Why do you want to test?
He pulls the sending stone out from around his neck. This thing, it's been activating, but I've yet to get a response. So I'm wondering if the spell doesn't work in Barovia, or if there's something more nefarious afoot.
I'm willing to test that tomorrow, but I'm
Tomorrow.
sorry, I only have one right now.
No, don't. God damn it! Don't apologize. You fought a vampire. You did
All right.
great.
I shouldn't have used that other spell. No, I definitely should have. Here we go. Yeah. Amity's going to go to the side and send the following message to her mother. Lost. Safe. Temporarily. Don't follow Coneyberry Road. Please, urgently research information on Barovia, Wounded One, plus How to Kill a Vampire. Call again soon. Love.
Okay. As you cast the spell, you see disappearing in the air before you the faint gust of a whitish mist that forms into the face of a spirit, eyes glazed over, facing ahead, expressionless, dead-eyed.
Right.
Its ear turns toward you as you whisper the words into its ear, and it faintly nods, then dissipates, wisping away, vanishing into the night air. A moment pauses, and then it returns, appearing this time by the side of your head, as its lips move, expelling not its own words, but those of another. Love. Not a lover, perhaps. Family. Intriguing. Fear not, little one. Many roads lead to Barovia. Perhaps you shall see them sooner than you think. And Strahd's voice slowly fades from your ear.
Amity turns white as is possible. Her tail curls around her legs. So, don't mean to panic you or anything. Esmeralda, so I just sent it to my mom, and I got a message back from Strahd von Zarovich, and I'm like 9,000% certain that my mom is not Strahd von Zarovich.
She blanches. Shit, I had suspected that something of the kind, but I wasn't sure. Okay. Have any of you cast this kind of spell before now?
A few times.
I have cast Message, which is rather different, but I don't think that was ever intercepted. Perhaps it is only any messages or sendings that we tried to send out?
Perhaps. Esselty, you said you have done the same?
Yeah, only response I got was a laughter.
Right. Okay, let's try not to cast these spells again. It seems that perhaps the mists obey Zarovich's will in a less literal way than I had initially anticipated.
Wait, don't cast the spell like ever?
Well, not spells in general, but ones that reach beyond the mists. I suspect they may not work as well as we might fear.
You think you can just take him, like intercept him?
Quite possibly. I would not like to test that further at the risk of exposing additional information.
Do you think that we can test sending within the mists? Maybe with something that doesn't have as much information in it?
I think that would be a good idea, yes.
Well, I'm mostly worried because the message that I sent that apparently Strahd heard was part of it was me telling my mom to research information on how to kill a vampire.
Well, fuck.
Also,
Look, he already knows I want him dead, so what's
Right.
the use of everyone else knowing?
Also the wounded one, FYI.
Oh shit.
Everybody grits her teeth.
Bloody
Look,
hell.
look, this is what we should do. In the morning, when you feel capable of doing this again, we test this again within the mists from one of us to another with false information, and then we see what happens.
That's brilliant. We might even be able to send false information outside if we...
I don't mean to interrupt both of you, but maybe you all should talk about this when you're not around me.
Why?
He's been spying on me. When we was at the church in Valaki, he said something to me that only that no one else should have heard, and he said it verbatim, which is like word for word.
Where were you when this happened? When you said the original thing that he talked about?
God, I don't remember precisely. I think it was the inn.
Okay. That's not ideal. Those, I've been suspecting for a while. We keep getting followed by bats and things. And we know he's got a command over the animals. Do y'all think?
We kill any bat we see from now on?
I think just any animal that lingers too long that's not a pig.
What about a raven?
God, I hope I don't have to... Okay, Truffle, he's not spying through you, is he?
And this Esmeralda coughs. I would say that if you are looking for spies, then indeed bats and wolves are natural targets. I fear that perhaps if you have seen Azar Vastani from Barovia, they might have assisted him as well, as much as it pains me to say it. As those of my people that chose to stay within Barovia and sacrificed their freedom, not all of them, or many of them perhaps, have turned to his shadows. And beyond them, there are other Barovians. That is one of the reasons why I did not want to dwell in Krezk. His spies lurk in every settlement in the land.
Clearly
But
one
you-
of them's an angel, so there you go.
But you don't think that ravens are to be suspected?
I have not heard anything of ravens. I do not know of anything of whether they whether Barovia ravens are of some strange nature or not, but in the law that I know, they are entirely unrelated to vampires. There are
What
some
about
iconographies.
big ravens, like people-sized ravens?
People-sized. I mean, I suppose that. I mean, I have seen a giant eagle once, perhaps a giant raven.
No, this one was like on 2 feet.
On
It
2
fought-
feet.
It fought the right-hand man of the Burgomaster of Valakai with us. It did a lot of damage. It can use a sword. It looked like it understood me.
It could talk.
It could talk. She couldn't remember if it could talk.
It didn't have
Wilson
lips,
just-
but it talked.
Wilson just looks astonished at all of this.
That's fascinating. Was there any other properties that you observed? I know there are a number of creatures that can take animal form on 2 legs.
I think maybe, I don't know, it's a bit fuzzy, a bit, because I got knocked out during it, but I think that someone...
You knocked yourself out.
Well, no, well, he cut me down first. It was twice, but let's not count. But I feel like when I was leaving to go upstairs, I saw him cut in Isaac, the big guy. I saw him cut into the Raven, and
He heals.
the Raven healed. It was just
How quickly did it heal? Did it take time? Was it like a...
Immediately.
instantly.
Immediately. It took the damage and the wound sealed, just like Strahd.
Esmeralda's eyes sparkle for a moment. Fascinating. So it is not a natural regeneration like a vampire's or a revenant's. It almost resembles like a lycanthropic healing apparatus. The weapon that dealt the wound, it was not silver, was it? It was
No.
a steel weapon.
It was a steel weapon, yeah.
Fascinating. I've not heard of lycanthropic ravens, but perhaps it is what you have stumbled upon. It is fascinating to consider.
Are you saying like were-ravens, like werewolves but birds?
But yes, there are many lycanthropic creatures, were-bears, were-boars, were-tigers. I have not encountered the last in my own personal travels, but lycanthropy is not limited to one animal species.
What about
I have not...
What about were-pigs? And Metron glares over at Truffle.
I have not heard of were-pigs. Were-boars do exist, but Truffle does not seem quite big or imposing enough. He's far too adorable for that. And she just kind of faintly cracks a smile.
We have been followed on a number of occasions by ravens, but the ravens also helped us when we were attempting to aid the winery, so I would hate to learn that they were among the animals that we should attack, just to be safe.
Amity, you talked to them, right? They said they were friendly.
That's right.
The Martikovs said we could trust them. And that's good enough for me.
They have been good to us.
This Van Richten that you would like to search for, what does he look like?
His appearance. He is an older man. I have not seen him in a number of years. I imagine he would be a bit older than the last time I met him. His hair was a blackish gray when I saw it, but I imagine it would be probably a bit whiter now. He bears a cane with a raven's head. He can be somewhat gaunt. I doubt he's been better nourished in the time since I've known him. The thing I always knew him by was the brown leather coat that he would wear, and the many buttons and pouches it had for many items, artifacts and other things that he had taken from many lands. He is... Well, I have done my travels, but he far more so.
Matches into this anyone we've seen so far?
No, you don't remember anyone carrying such a cane or wearing such a coat. I mean, you've seen a number of people with, graying, whitish hair, but doesn't ring a particular bell. She frowns. He had a bit of hawk-like features, angular, sharp. His voice can be subdued at times, but cutting when he means it. He can be quite unremarkable when he intends, but in combat, fearsome.
And is he also Vistani?
Oh, no, not at all. He is, by no means. He is his own man. Not of my people, no. I know that he came from a land called Darkan, I believe, though I've not been there myself.
Metron turns to Randy, kind of like when she says Darkon, to see if he gets any reaction.
Does it ring a bell?
Make a history check.
16.
Okay, so Darkon itself, you recall it as being a somewhat distant land, not close to the Sword Coast or even to Thay. It is not entirely known to you. It seems to be a darker land. It is mixed. There are elves that reside there. But from what you've heard, there is a darkness that resides over it. You've not heard of it in many years, but from what you heard, it was... there was some disquiet among the populace there.
Can't say I know much about it. It's just seemed to be a rather unpleasant place from everything I heard of it. Political upheaval, bad weather, the works. But don't know much else. Alright, so we got this Dr. Van Richten fine for a lot of things, it seems. We ought to keep our eyes open, but I do still think we need that fortune teller.
Yeah, no, for sure, yeah.
We're gonna do this. Maybe not easily. Maybe not soon. But we're getting out of here.
Metron sighs at that last bit and tries to muster up a little bit of optimism. But before he breaks away, he kind of like leans into Lilith a little bit. Oi.
Mm.
You remember back in Valaki when you said if I was hurting you, to let you know? Well,
Yes.
I hope that's a standing offer.
You mean it hasn't happened yet?
I got a lot of thick skin, you know. Been doing this a long time. And not hunting vampires, but, you know, just being on the run.
She smiles a little bit.
I don't want to hate any of you. And I don't want any of you to hate me. And I'm not asking you to tell me your whole life story, nothing like that, but clearly we've kind of been intertwined by some outside forces, and if that's the case, it's us against them, unless it's your side against mine, in which case, either way, we just gotta, for now, maybe stick together and hope for the best.
Metreon, I have no wish at all to hurt you or to see you hurt. And I do want all of us to get through all of this safely. And I will use whatever ability I have to clear a path before all of us. If I were undead, now that we know I am not, what would you have done?
Fuck if I know. I mean, I guess you haven't tried to kill me yet, as far as I know. So, I figure if I did try to do anything to you, Kiva over there would probably try to slit my throat. So, you know.
Right now, I'm too tired to do any of that.
Yeah, we should probably turn in here.
I do not think that there is actually a traitor among us. That sort of proclamation that he made is a rather standard way of trying to sow distrust and dissent among your enemies, but if there were, well, my advice would be to plan out exactly what you would do, several plans for what you would do before confronting the potential traitor. So.
Oh, plans have always kind of been upended by life, you know. So I'll take it into consideration, but yeah, I'm a turn in then. And Metron kind of stands up and motions over to Ismark. All right, little spoon or big spoon? I'm just messing with you. And he kind of crouches down to him and Irina, and just kind of like goes to, see if they're okay.
They are. Ismark is like blinking at you, but Irina snickers at your comment. Ismark sighs. All right, I guess we're all turning in then and figuring out in the morning.
Guess so.
Right. I suppose we'll see what comes. And he just kind of lets his voice trail off and glances out the window to the dark pine trees below, the plummeting side of the cliff face that descends down the mountain. Right, I guess we should all try to get some sleep.
Metron looks out the window with him, and when he says that, kind of nods to him and goes to his corner.
Esmeralda nods and takes up her position by the door once again, and occasionally glancing watchfully out the window out onto the snow-dusted woods below. Is there anything more any of you would like to do before turning in for the night?
There is a small thing.
Mhm.
While kind of Metreon was talking to Lillison and Irina and Ismark, Earthendir scribbled a note on a torn-out page of a book, which Metreon would find in his bedroll. If he reads it, it says simply, "If you want help with trying to shape your magic, talk to me. I won't tell anyone. It'll be quiet and it'll be discreet. But I've been there." It does not... And then just the letter A as a signature.
You're very kind to think that he could afford a bedroll. But he sees the note that you kind of just left in the corner and looks over at Earthendir, kind of crumbles it up, but stuffs it into his jacket.
That's all.
Kiva would just spend a little bit of time with Esmeralda, talking about these holy warriors and trying to get some more information about them.
Of course, Esmeralda is happy to share. You see that there are many that have drawn strength from the source of their conviction. Some have faced some of oaths that they have made. I had not taken you to be such. I am impressed. There is much to talk about. I think that from what I have seen, you might have more potential than you imagine.
Kiva raises an eyebrow a little bit and just settles in next to her to talk.
Mm-hmm. And unless there's any specific questions you'd like to have, I presume that she just gives you a general briefing on the fact that paladins exist and what exactly they do.
Yeah, that's pretty much what she's going to be.
Okay, very good. So Esmeralda basically does her best to read you from the PHB page, whatever paladins are on, according to the best of her knowledge, which is not comprehensive by any stretch. But you pass the time discussing that while the others turn into bed. Esmeralda keeping a watchful gaze on the night outside. And is there anything more that anyone would like to do? Or will you just settle in to rest and watches as they come?
Long rest.
Long rest, please.
Okay, with that, Esmeralda will make the first watch. Kiva, if you're staying up, you can help her with that and grant her advantage or take advantage yourself.
Yeah, I'll take her advantage. Let's do that.
Okay, go for it.
Not what the kids call it these days.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh, no. I did not
check?
realize that double entendre. Yes, perception check with advantage. Please do not take advantage of the nice monster hunter.
No advantage ever taken from Kiva. 19.
19. You keep a watchful eye out the window, listening to any unpleasant sounds. You don't hear anything beyond the snarling and howling and the mad cackles of the Bellevues below, and the wind in the trees along the mountainside that drops away from the abbey. But your watch passes peacefully as you and Esmeralda share stories and knowledge, Esmeralda doing what she can to shed insight on the nature of where your new abilities may have come from and what they might be. And by the end of the 2 hours, you see Esmeralda yawning, and she says, "Right, well, I suppose that I'd better turn in myself. It has been a long night, and I suspect it will last a bit longer yet."
Good night, Esmeralda, and thank you.
Of course, do make sure to get some of your sleep as well, right? See if Ersonzir can take over from you when he awakens. But you'll need your strength tomorrow when we hit Zorod.
She nods and will wait for Earthrendir's trance to be over, and then she'll switch off shifts as well.
Okay. If you'd like to make your own independent check real quick, and then you can swap.
Brother. 17.
All right. You notice nothing, only you as the snow continues to fall, and in the distance you can see the steam from the smoldering embers of the ruins of the Baron's cottage in the surrounding area slowly hiss as the last of the fire vanishes it, and you can even see the black scars of the burning flames slowly covered as a light dusting of powder white snow descends to cover it. And your watch comes to an end.
Yeah, so Kiva will go over and gently wake up Earthendir. Just explain, she hasn't seen anything. It's been sort of quiet, and then we'll turn in for her own rest.
Yeah, Right,
Okay.
we'll set up for his own watch.
All right, Erthrendir, if you'd like to make a perception check.
6.
6. Very good. You keep an eye out. It's a bit tough. You keep replaying the events of the day over and over in your head. The sight of Amity in Strahd's grasp, the sound of Strahd's voice, you can still feel it echoing slightly from where you heard it in your trance. Some memories that just don't seem to be easily shaken. You startle yourself awake at one point and glance out the window, and then you realize that you see a gray light coming up in the distance. And as you do, you hear, coming from the northern end of the abbey, the clanging of a loud bell, and instantly, from the space below you, you hear sudden snarls echoing from the asylum below. Food! 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 Food!
Earthendir
The bell rings once more and then silences.
Earthendir literally jumps at this, startling backward in his bedroll, and just has his wand half drawn before he realizes, oh, they're not in the room. He kind of glances around to the others. Has this woken them up?
The others do awaken at the end of their long rest as this occurs, awoken by the screams from the courtyard and the east wing below of the Bellevues, screaming hungrily. Outside, as the others begin to stir, you hear what sounds like the banging of metal upon stone. Stops for a moment, then it picks up again. But around you, the others, grunting and groaning from the soreness of their places upon the old stonework, slowly come to, and the morning light just faintly illuminates the old barracks in which you have slept. And this has been a full 8 hours, for the record.
Gotcha. So we kind of
Elves
it's
each take
mid-afternoon.
Because elves take 4 hours to trance, right?
Mhm.
And then they had 4 hours the rest of it. So yeah. So yes, you basically had to restart due to the amount of time that you were up and awake for. But by now it's definitely past morning, or at least approaching mid to late morning, and there seems to be activity in the rest of the abbey below. But you awaken feeling well rested, if a bit sore and a bit apprehensive, and the day is yours for what you wish to do with it.
So do we wait till they're quiet to leave, or do we try and sneak out while they're doing their thing?
Yeah, how does their morning work?
I think we try to sneak out while their attention is occupied.
Fair. I am increasingly unwilling to piss this guy off after finding out he may have been... fuck it. Yeah, let's go.
If he can get us resurrections in return for a wedding dress, if we get into a sort of situation where we can just bring him coffee for, extra lives.
Do you have coffee? Because I
don't
would
have
kill
coffee.
for that. Damn it. Well, not a bad plan.
At this point, I think that there are many magical favors I would try to provide if somebody were to give me coffee.
Best I can muster is hot water with sugar.
I will take that.
Let me build a fire. Amity, you want a cup?
Sure.
All right. Then he just kisses her on the forehead and starts to build a fire out of old hair.
Ew!
Aw.
Gross. Yeah,
Can-
Metron
can-
winces at that.
As long as we're making, I guess, gourmet food here, can I use the chef feature with 1 hour of work when I finish a long
Absolutely.
rest?
Absolutely.
Or when I finish a long rest. Yeah. All right,
Mm.
cool. Can make some simple little treats.
DM,
Aloha. What's up?
how far away is the barracks from the kind of main pit that we walked through with Cloven?
You mean the courtyard or the north wing?
Whatever. I think it was. Where was the room that Cloven was in?
Cloven was in the north wing on the opposite side. It's around, I want to say ballpark 60 feet across the courtyard from your current position.
Okay. Well, while she's doing that, I'd like to try and stealthily head over there.
Okay. You step out, opening the door into the gray morning light of Barovia, the clouded sky overhead, and you hear the banging once more of metal against stone as you look to see Cloven Bellevue, his second head lolling on the side of it, and from what you can hear from it, kind of snuffling somewhat unpleasantly. You can see that Cloven has behind his side him a massive iron pot that he's struggling to pull alongside him, and you recognize it as the one that you saw in the main hall. You see it seems to be filled with some sort of stew or other nourishment, and as you watch, he moves and unlocks the opening of one of these sheds along the sides of the walls, where you hear a raucous shouting, saying, "Food! Food! Give food now!" Cloven just kind of snarls and kind of ducks inside, carrying with him a small wooden bowl that he kind of ladles full of stew, and just vanished inside the shed for a moment. If you'd like to move while he's not looking, now would be a good time.
Okay, so you want me to roll stealth?
Yes, if you'd like to. Where are you headed?
Well, I wanted to head to his little area of that courtyard where he had all the bottles of wine.
Sure.
12.
12. All right. You kind of skulk your way out of the door and over to the part of the battlements that overlook the main entrance. You kind of duck behind one of the scarecrows for a moment as Cloven exits, again muttering to himself, but he doesn't for a moment glance upward in your direction, and as he moves his way toward a second shed, just dragging the loud, heavy pot behind him, you dash swiftly, like a shadow, along the top of the stonework. Evidently, he seems not overly interested in what goes on above his head. And finding the door there to the north wing's upper floor, you open it. Just to confirm, was anyone following him when he did this?
Do we see him?
You do see him making his way outside.
Lilith's gonna poke her head out just to see what he's doing, but she's not gonna follow him.
Okay. So Metron, you kind of see Lilith watching you, but you feel the handle to the door click in your hand, and you're able to open the door to the upper north wing if you would like to enter.
Okay, yeah, I'll enter and I'll head over to his cot to kind of see what the wine situation is like over there.
Okay. Glancing around the area, you see, at first glance, just a pile of empty wine bottles that are slightly strewn about, rolling across the floor. There seems to be maybe one more than the previous day, but all of them seem to be empty.
Yeah, he rifles through them, sighs a bit in disappointment, but as he gets ready to leave, he kind of looks back and kind of hearing the continuous cries of the mongrel folk, sighs, thinks better of it, and will take up one of the empty bottles, and pour a last of his wineskin into the wine bottle and mutter to himself, yeah, you need this more than I do. And he'll set the wine bottle in a place where it's kind of visible, but also won't be knocked over. And he's going to go ahead and try to get back to the room.
Okay, you're able to make your way back easily enough. Cloven, nowhere in sight, perhaps vanished inside one of the other sheds where you can see the cast iron pot waiting. He doesn't come out in the time that you make your way across, though the Bellevue's clamoring and shrieks for food continue to fill your ears, but you're able to easily rejoin the others in the room. Is there anything that the others would like to have done while Metron was absent, or are you just kind of getting up and getting ready for the day?
Just getting ready, I think. Although Lillison is going to glance over towards Amity while they're, preparing the food and or drink, and say, "Should we attempt that sunding experiment now?"
I don't think it's the best idea. It's early morning. We've got time before we might get ambushed on the road or something. Wait till nightfall, I think.
End of the day, then. Very well. Although, if last night was any indication, what we go to bed with might still be more useful than we think.
His mouth quirks. wait till 3:30 in the morning when we're pretty sure Strahd's busy doing something else?
I mean, if we knew more about his schedule, we could make far more plans around it, but...
Honestly, we need to bribe one of his servants or something. He's gotta have them, big old castle like that.
What are we supposed to get his day planner?
He seems like the
would
kind
be-
of man to keep one, I'm not gonna lie.
It would be very, very useful. You would be surprised how many powerful people write down the locations of their keys, the passwords to their magical locks, all sorts of things in one convenient place.
Seems like rather bad security.
It is, but men like that, they don't even think that they could be vulnerable in a way like that.
Kiva just shudders a little bit.
Yeah, ditto with Earthrendir. Yeah. He's certainly a man.
And if he is a man, he is killable. Yes?
Not easily. I saw the way Kiva was packing at him last night, and I did my job. I tried my best. What happened with her? Didn't she? Or didn't you just
killable.
heal everything back?
He is killable. It'll take some time, but I already told him I'm willing to wait for death of 1,000 cuts. So if it has to be 1,000 to kill him, then it will be. But he will die.
I suppose.
But not by us right now. I mean, he's still so unkillable that he can just play games with us.
Yep. You know, put ultimatums, watch us dance. Well, Earthrendir smirks. He tried. Although I suppose I did end up doing what he wanted anyway, so maybe I shouldn't feel smug.
Either option you took, he would have had reason to be smug about. It's one of those false choices they like to place.
Yeah, men like him. Well, I'm glad it's one that ended with all of the people I care about alive.
While Metreon is not here, if his fears about being an inadvertent spy are founded, it may be useful for us to hoard our power and not show it to him in its fullness until we are ready, whenever that might be.
If you've got something to hoard, I'm with you, but I'm tapped out at the moment. But I do get your point. My thought on it is, I think we lose more by not telling him things than we gain in better OPSEC. Like, we kind of saw, trust is kind of all we've got. If we splinter, then we splinter hard, and then we die.
Trust is a curious word to use after, well. And she glances out towards where Metreon went.
I know. I don't like it either. And I wish he would. And once I try and teach him some control, then if he does anything like what he does last night again, I will kick him out or kill him. But I guess we gotta. Doesn't mean we like him, doesn't mean we, trust everything he is, but he's the best chance we have. And he's done shit for me he didn't have to. Maybe I don't trust him with my wallet, but I do trust him with my life.
At this point, the door opens and Metreon re-enters.
Oh, don't mind me. Is that breakfast ready, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Amity, what are you making? Some sort of... Is that... Ooh. How'd you manage... I don't know how you managed to bake brownies in a stew pot, but I am not complaining.
Just some funky tasting brownies.
I think that's just you not having had proper brownies before.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not knocking them. It's just, they taste a bit weird,
Yeah, no, you got it. That's the poison. We put the berries in there, we'll all be dead in 60 seconds.
Those are some good berries.
They
Those
were.
ingredients. They were not poisonous at all.
I know, but it's much funnier this way. I can keep imagining that all this is some horrible drug trip as we lie on the side of the trail, drooling, truffle rustling through our packs.
Metron glares over at Truffle just to see his reaction.
Truffle does not react, just snuffles innocently while sitting on his haunches beside Amity's leg.
Well, what'd you see out there?
Oh, it's feeding time out there, so they're having breakfast too.
Good for them. Well, you think we could sneak out, or is there too much activity?
No, I mean they're pretty focused on the gruel, so I feel like we can get out of there pretty all right. Just gotta be quiet about it.
I will endeavor to shut my mouth for once.
Finally, shall we crack on then?
Works for me. Yeah, I guess if everyone's agreeable, I think we're gonna try and sneak the F out of here.
Heck yeah.
Autobots roll out.
Okay.
Roll out.
Esmeralda, Irina, and Ismark now prepared and ready to set off with you. They fall in line behind, and you are able to make your way out of the abbey, however you choose. Stepping down the old dirt path that leads toward the gatehouse, as you pass toward the mortared wall, you hear snoring coming from the gate, from the structures there. And glancing inside, you can see Otto and Siegfried's crumpled forms below many layers of pine needle-covered blankets as they sit beneath the furs and slumber away. Esmeralda.
Oh, I was just going to say, as we kind of pass out of there, Metron's sort of trailing at the back, but seeing them, he'll kind of break off some of his brownies and throw them at them.
Okay. The sound does not immediately cause them to stir, but they land in a relatively clear place, and you get the sense that when they awaken, they will be perhaps delighted by the treat that has been left for them.
I hope so.
Okay. Together you make your way out through the exit and begin making your way down the old gravel switchback road that descends down to the village below. You can see a few townsfolk milling about the roads from this vantage point. You can see the reflective pool at the shrine at the north end shimmering faintly in the morning light. You can see the green snow-dusted pines of the village kind of making their way across the small forest that covers much of it, and then stopping at a black-marked spot just toward where the ruin of the cottage lies, near to the south end of the walls. Slowly, together, you make your way down toward the base, where you can now, from a distance, hear the hustle and bustle of the village. You can hear the sounds of cows, of chickens, of townsfolk making their way, but you seem to be just at the edge for now, with none overmuch paying attention to you. You continue forward, making your way through the town and once more toward the main intersection. A few folk poking their heads toward you meet your gaze and quickly turn away. And eventually you come to the large central intersection at the southern side, with one branch leading toward the gates. And as you do, Kiva, you're the first one to notice that Irina has stopped walking.
Hey, Irina, you okay?
I am sorry. I thought I heard someone calling me. None of you said anything, right?
No, not a one.
She frowns, nods, and then steps ahead and then pauses. Wait, no. It's... There's... That voice. Ismark's immediately turning back toward her. What is it? Is something the matter? And she shakes her head. No, it's not a problem. It heard someone's voice calling to me. It sounds strange, like it's almost... And then her head whirls toward the northwestern path. There it is again. It's...
Maybe we don't listen to disembodied voices, yeah?
I think we should just go, Irina.
No, it sounds familiar. I think I know this voice. Please, just a few moments. I just want to see... I want to know what it is.
No.
Kiva's going to follow her. Irina,
Metro
really,
will
this... I don't know that this is a good idea. It could be a trick.
It could be, I know. I just feel like I have to. Just the dreams that I've had for so long. I know that, Amity, you have dreams of the future, right?
Right, but the last one didn't come true. I dreamed that I was going to, die and be bitten by the vampire, but it didn't happen. But if you think that you... Look, we'll come with you, but be careful.
I will,
At the first sign
promise.
of trouble, we turn around. Kiva draws her scimitar and follows.
She nods, of course. Whatever it is, let me take a look, okay? I want to know who it is that's calling me. Maybe then I can... And she kind of glances away, but Airthunder, you catch a meaningful look in her eyes as she kind of lets her hair sweep forward over her face and continues forward.
Hey, whatever you find out, you may not be happier for knowing.
She pauses and looks toward you. I know. And she gives you a soft smile. I know that there are some things that we can learn that might hurt more than they help, but I'm not willing to believe that that's all there is. There must be some things that can bring light, and whatever I'm hearing, I just know that it doesn't sound like the person calling me means anything ill.
With all due respect, though, I mean, this could just be a Strahd setup, you know?
He's charmed us before, Irina.
He's
has,
intercepted our messages.
I know, but he hasn't... If he wanted to take me last night, he could have. I don't think this is him.
Kiva still follows. She's not liking this.
Irina sighs, but looks, just gives you a wan smile as you follow in suit. You follow down the earthen path, passing your way through the village. Other Krezkians, actually, is it Krezkites? I think it's Krezkites, giving you slightly odd glances, mostly shying away from you, guiding chickens and pigs away from you as they make their way through the streets. Soon enough, you follow the way to another branch, one that leads southwest and one that leads north. And Lillison and Kiva, you're quite familiar with this one. And as Irina begins traveling north, just moving forward as if listening to a sound that only she can hear, Ismark frowns. What is done this way?
It's a pool. The locals seem to think it's blessed in some way.
He frowns, his brow creasing, and he just falls silent again.
Blessed how?
I'm not certain. I was here for a little while with Kiva yesterday, but nothing particular happened. The water was wet.
At this point, you step out from the trees and you see coming into view, under the gray skies ahead, the pool at the north end, shimmering and sparkling in the gray morning light. You can see the old gazebo crumbling and withered, but standing tall and strong, despite the weight of the years upon it, the places where the wood has decayed or broken through. You can see the wooden statue of the mournful man, his paint chipped, but still standing with arms outstretched as though waiting for an embrace, standing there quietly in the shrine of the white sun. But Irina doesn't head to the gazebo. Instead, she continues forward, her feet crunching through the soft, powder white snow. And she steps toward the pool. The water is softly lapping against its shores, faint ripples across its surface as it shimmers in the morning light, far brighter than it has any right to be in the cloudy gray skies of Barovia.
Boy, there's a bigger lake we can go take a swim in if that's what you're looking for. I mean,
Irina doesn't even respond. Instead, she reaches the edge and then slowly kneels, peering over into the edge. And Kiva, as you and Ismark step beside her, as Irina reaches the pool's edge. Beneath Irina's shimmering reflection, you then see an image appear in its sparkling blue waters. A handsome youth of kind and noble visage. The sadness in his eyes turns to sudden joy. Tatiana, he says, and you hear his voice clearly, like a crystal through the waters of the pool. It has been so long. Come, my love. Let us be together at last.
the fuck? Everyone hears that, right?
Kiva puts a hand on Irina. Kiva tries to pull her back.
Irina pauses for a moment and then gasps and puts a hand on her heart. You see her eyes widened. My beloved Sergei? In life, you were a prince and a man of faith. We were to be married long ago. Has this blessed pool called your spirit to me? She reaches toward the water surface as a hand of water rises up to take hers.
Kiva tries to pull her back.
Yeah. Yeah, Earthrendeer's got a wand pointing at the hand. Don't you dare.
Lillison looks at Ismark.
He said Tatiana, that's not you. What? There must be some confusion.
As you say this, Kiva, you pull on her shoulder and you're pulling her back away?
Yeah, away from the pool.
All right, you pull Irina back, and there's a moment's pause. And then the hand falters for a moment, and then sinks back into the pool, dissipating into droplets. You watch as the young man's image fades, and Irina stifles a sob. Sergei! No! Don't go!
Irina, you're not Tatiana. He's not talking to you. This is some sort of trick.
She sobs, clutching a hand to her chest. And then you see dark clouds swirling overhead. Suddenly, as you pull Irina back as she sobs, a peal of thunder shakes the land, and the dark clouds coalesce overhead into a terrible visage. A deep, dark voice from beyond the mountains cries out, "She is mine!" A terrible crack resounds as blue lightning splits the sky and strikes the pool below. There's a slam as the almost forceful nature of the lightning strike, the blast of thunder thundering out, slamming into each of you. I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw.
I really wish I had that uncanny dodge.
$22.
18.
14.
Natural 1.
Critical fail.
3. Rolled like
Okay.
solid gold tonight, baby.
Amity and Esmeralda just barely managed to remain standing, but all the rest are blown backwards, violently pushed by the thunderous force of the lightning strike. It's almost like a shockwave as it expands violently outward. You hear rattling and splintering as it slams into the old gazebo, crushing it into splinters and kindling. When you awaken, slowly stirring. Just moments afterwards, you feel sore and exhausted, your bones weary from the force of the impact. Small arcs of lightning still dancing across the surface of the pool before they slowly dissipate into nothingness. The glistening sparkle on the pool's surface now vanished. The water's dark, no longer shimmering. Irina continues to sob, clutching to her chest and staring at the pool. She coughs, "No, no."
Earthendeer is going to crouch next to her and just say very gently, no, this is not going to help. But nothing good ever comes of people who ask you to walk into rivers. Even if they mean well. Even if they think it's the right thing. There is nothing good that comes of that.
No, you don't understand. I knew him. He knew me. It was his face. I knew his face.
Who was he?
Sergei, I knew him, I think.
Okay. Then we'll find out more about him.
He was mine.
Maybe. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Irina turns and just clutches you, sobbing into your shoulder.
Kiva looks incredibly wounded and backs away. And she just goes for a walk as far away from the pool as possible.
Hey, this isn't gonna mean anything, but just because you're not being that person or whatever was going to happen there, that doesn't mean you can't still know. If you want to know him, or at least what he was, then we'll find out. I promise. I promise.
Her form shakes twice again, her shoulders quaking. And she slowly takes a moment to catch her breath, wiping the tears away. Right. He called me Tatiana, and it sounds like I should know it. And at this point, you catch a very meaningful, slightly troubled glance from Esmeralda, who is staring right at Irina.
Something on your mind, Ez?
I am familiar with, well, you said you've not heard the name Tatiana. I have.
And?
She sighs. Over the centuries, from the research and knowledge I have gleaned, Strahd von Zarovich has taken many consorts, but has only known one that he considered his true love. A Barovian peasant girl named Tatiana.
No. No, it can't be that fucking simple.
It accords with the story that the abbot told us.
He kind of looks down at Irina. What does she look like after hearing that?
She's just still trying to take a little control, and as she hears that, she kind of winces and then gives you a look. She doesn't say anything, though.
Earthendeer kind of looks helplessly across the pond at Kiva, just kind of like sending very psychic elf vibes of help.
Esmeralda, does the name Sergei mean anything to you?
She frowns and shakes her head. No, it does not. I do not know what she means by speaking of him as a prince, was it? I do not know of any princes named Sergei, but I am not an expert of history. Perhaps there could have been one. I do not know.
Well, I'm not the only one who heard that booming voice, right?
The visage in the skies, that was... It is unmistakable. That was him.
So maybe we should get out of here then, yeah?
Indeed. Whatever happened, by whatever means, it is inevitable that Strahd knows what happened here, or what could have happened here. And it does not seem pleased. We should leave. Soon.
Before we bring down any further misfortune upon this town, which deserved none of it. Lillison goes to get Kiva.
Yeah. Earthendew will come, I think.
So, Metreon.
Same.
What, are we ready to go?
Back to Vallaki.
Are you?
Great, let's go.
Okay, fair, if that's how we're handling it.
Look, there's nothing to talk about, okay?
Bullshit.
What am I supposed to say? I don't know what the fuck that just was. I had spent the entire night with Strahd telling me that I'm one worthy of love, and apparently my competition was a hand in a pool. So, I mean, I'm not really sure what to say at this point.
Metreon starts to drape his arm around you, kind of like pulling you in a bit. It's all right, love. We'll find you a good brothel back in Vallaki. Let's go.
That's not the point.
Sorry, but listen, let's just can we get out of here and then we could talk about it?
Fine. I didn't want to talk about it anyway. She's just going to keep going.
Well, all right then.
You see as Mark is now immediately at Irina's side and is speaking with her quietly, looking slightly disturbed, but speaking to her in quiet tones. You see her shake her head, and then the two stand up. But I think whatever there is to discuss, we can do it on the road. We definitely shouldn't stay here.
Earthendew just has one thing to say. As they're walking back, he just says to Kiva very quietly, "Thank you. I don't know what that was, but you saved her life. Thanks."
Look, I don't know what's going on anymore, so let's just keep going.
Just know that, okay? You did the right thing. Nothing good ever comes when people walk into the water. And he just walks ahead.
Kiva just casts a single glance over at Irina and then walks ahead as well.
Together you make your way away from the blasted remains of the shrine and the dark pool. Several Krezkites stepping out of their cottages and glancing at you with fear and trepidation and shying away from the sight of you making your way down the dirt road. As you pass once more through the center of the town, you take the southern path. You make your way toward the old gates of Krezk's walls, and wordlessly, a guard steps forward and holds them open as a pair of archers and 3 other fur-wearing figures bearing spears watch you, shivering and anxious, as you make your way toward the gates. You pass forward, leaving Krezk behind, and passing once more into the mist of the old Svalich Road. And that is where we will end it for today.
Good times.
Thanks, Kitty.
That's what Claude thinks of that.
Claude is a fan.
Good
All
times,
right.
kids. We didn't die.
Fun times.
Well, that all happened.
Our spirits may be broken, but our physical bodies are still intact.
Are we level 6?
Yeah, we are right.
Well,
Are we?
seeing as you successfully forged an alliance with Esmeralda d'Avenir, welcome to level 6, kids.
Ah!
Boys! We get so much cool shit!
Oh my god.
Wait, does that mean she's our fated ally?
No, it's in the book.
Oh.
When you forge when you forge an alliance with Esmeralda d'Avenir, you may award a milestone.
Holy shit.
Lillison's gonna have 5
Boys, you know
hit
what
points now.
time it is?
Is it Paladin
What time is it?
It's time to smite.
Yeah!
Love it.
Oh, kick
Maybe-
his ass.
Maybe I will have more than 20 hit points now. Maybe.
Woo, let's keep our fingers crossed.
I mean, you know, let's not get crazy.
Beautiful. All right. Well, as always, thank you to everyone for joining us today. We will see you all back in the mists next week. Until then, be sure to disclaim all responsibility for burning buildings, and recall that strange ladies in pawns distributing swords is no replacement for a system of government. And take care.